111. Hello everybody, we're 25 minutes away from the live stream and the live stream is already running with a countdown, so I would like to ask everyone to retweet from Teslasuit account, Admix account, Lynx, and everybody, please retweet the tweet with the Somnium live stream, okay? I know you can do it. I will check personally. I'll come to your table. You don't want that. So please retweet from all official accounts this live stream. Thank you. Somnium Times. I see you there too. Thank you. Also, one thing, please, while we will be presenting, try to turn off all your internet devices if you don't need them, because the internet here is, let's say, not that great. So please offload the line for our purposes. Thank you. And of course, turn off your mobile phones. All right, everybody. Good morning, afternoon, evening, or whatever it is for you here and in the live stream. So welcome to Somnium Connect. Let me see how awake are you here in the audience. Show me some love. I love you too. Okay, I love you too. Amazing. So yeah, welcome to Somnium Connect. Even though this is called Somnium Connect, it's actually not only about Somnium, it's about our partners and friends with whom we work, and all of them are listed, the logos behind me, and many more. So I'm super excited to have you here, and I'm super excited to share with you all the new info, new insights, new products, and new amazing things we have prepared for you today. And yeah, I think before we start with presentations, we'll have a very special performance, which we have prepared for you all. I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's a first cross-reality live performance from VR and real life. And yeah, in a few minutes, you will see and hear our lovely community members, Real Cyberpunk 88 and Crazy Nicci. You all know them if you're in Somnium, and they will perform here on stage live and live in VR. And it will be beautiful. So again, thank you very much for coming today, and thank you very much for tuning in to this live stream. And let's kick it off. Let's start. Woo!
Can you guys see me? Is it? Yeah.
We can see you and hear you.
Perfect.
Woo!
So at first, I would like to say thank you to giving us the opportunity to play virtually and physically in one place. I thought that would never be even possible. So I hope you guys will enjoy the next tunes. We're gonna play 3 songs and then we're done. I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my rise. I'm breathing in the chemicals. I'm shaping up, waking up, and checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. Oh, I'm waking up, I feel it in my bones, enough to make my systems blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa, oh, oh. I'm radioactive, radioactive. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa, oh, oh. I'm radioactive, radioactive. I raise my flag, don my clothes. It's a revolution, I suppose. We'll paint it red to fit right in. Oh, oh. I'm shaping up, waking up, and checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. Oh, I'm waking up, I feel it in my bones, enough to make my systems blow. Welcome to the new age, Whoa, oh, oh, whoa, oh, oh, I'm radioactive, radioactive. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa, oh, oh, I'm radioactive, radioactive. All systems go. The sun hasn't died. Deep in my bones, straight from inside, I'm waking up a feeling in my bones enough to make my systems blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa, oh, oh, I'm radioactive, radioactive. So let's, thank you very much. Thank you, that was really nice. So let us just take the camera and hello to everyone. This is my avatar. So I'm just going to position it a little bit so that you can see me. If you want it a little bit closer, let's just, yeah, perfect. Okay. Alrighty, yes, I am. Are you? When a humble bard graced a ride along with Geralt of Rivia, along came this song. From when the white wolf fought a silver-tongued devil, his army of elves at his hooves did they revel, and they came after me with masterful deceit, broke down my lute and they kicked in my teeth. While the devil's horns minced our tender meat, and so cried the witcher, he can't be bleed. Toss a corn cube to your witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh, oh. Toss a cube to your witcher, oh valley of plenty. At the edge of the world, fight the mighty horde that bashes and breaks you and brings you to mourn. He thrusts every elf far back on the shelf, high up on the mountain from whence it came. He wiped out your past, got kicked into his chest. He's a friend of humanity, so give him the rest. That's my epic tale. Our champion prevailed, defeated the villain. Now pour him some ale. Toss a cube to your witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh, oh. Toss a cube to your witcher, oh valley of plenty. Toss a cube to your witcher, oh valley of plenty, oh valley of plenty, oh, oh. Toss a cube to your witcher, a friend of humanity. Thank you. Thank you. I hope the positioning is okay. Is that all right for you guys, or do you want me to? Okay. All right. Yeah, last one. This one is from the 1950s. I think it'll fit pretty well. car owners in Somnium Space, and the only thing the Metaverse needs is Somnium Space. Hope that was.
Bravo!
Thank you.
Real cyberpunk and crazy Nicci. Thank you very much. That was amazing. All right, that was fantastic. That was magical. It was truly awesome. So I hope you enjoyed it too. Back at home when you're watching live stream or in VR. Hey, give me high five, jump in VR. Come on, show me your life, people. I want to see it. I want to see your life. Yes, yes, I can see it. Perfect, amazing. So now it's my time for my presentation. To say a few words about Somnium Space, a bit of a journey we had so far, and what we have ahead of us. Let's start with the past, a bit of evolution of our platform. You know, when I started Somnium Space, the idea was that people will, exist inside virtual reality worlds. People will immerse themselves into parallel reality for many different reasons, right? For if they want to have fun, if they want to do some work, if they want to be productive, if they want to showcase their skills, earn some money, all of those reasons, they come into one place. And I wanted that place to be Somnium Space. But of course, nothing happens instantly. And nothing happens immediately, and there's a lot of work which comes to creating something like this. So yeah, this is, you see on the screen, on the right side, there is a 2018 start of Somnium Space. That's how our avatar looked like. No legs. I mean, some are still doing this in 2021, but that's another topic. And we had, we had fun, even though it was more simple. It was less cool than it's today. It was amazing fun, and the community has started to form already there. We had daily meetups, we had concerts, we played bowling, and we did a lot of cool things. So definitely lots of fun, and it was amazing. But of course, we wanted to evolve. We wanted to become more as a platform. And that's why, in 2020, we have launched the V2 of Somnium Space. And that brought a lot of new things, right? It brought, of course, an ability to build on land parcels, to have full-body avatars, cool, more interactions, and things like that. But still, it was, it was better, but it was not that cool. And we wanted to, to push things and push the limit further. Now, in 2020. During that year, we took things to another level for Somnium. We have introduced SDK. People were able to start uploading their own custom avatars. And we ran several amazing events in Somnium. And one of the highlights was in the end of the year, Nina Tayeb show, the amazing singer from Israel, and she performed in Somnium Space. We had 3 special songs there with all the crazy show and people from VR joining live, and I would never forget that moment. Right, when you see it in VR, you are truly immersed, and you will remember that for the rest of your life. It's engraved in my mind, and that's why it's VR is so powerful, and being in a persistent world is so powerful. But then came 2021. We kept growing, we kept pushing things and pushing the limit. So that's, all the pictures, by the way, you see are taken from Somnium directly. So it's no CGI. So the picture behind me, my avatar, my NFT avatar, woo! Who loves that avatar? I love this avatar. And that avatar, this is the picture taken directly from Somnium Space. Just a selfie, one click and I had it. And again, I remember that evening when I took it. It's an amazing club, Go Genesis VR Tron Club, and yeah, this is where we are taking things to the next level. We are introducing more interactive things to do. We're introducing more tools for creation, and of course, we are making things more beautiful, more performant, and just allowing people to create more content. Now, of course, let's talk about financial beginnings, because if how I always say, if I'd started Somnium for money, it was a pretty bad idea, because in the beginning we had to finance, and I have to give credit to my lovely wife, because in the beginning when I came with this idea of Somnium Space and let's bring this metaverse into reality, it was way before people talked about metaverse. It was at the time when VR people didn't know what VR is. 9 out of 10 people didn't even hear of it, maybe 10 out of 10. It was 2016, 2017, and I said, let's build this world, let's do it. But of course, nobody wanted to fund anything like that. And we started to finance this development by ourselves. So first development, first early versions of Somnium were completely financed by ourselves. And it was a big risk, obviously, for us as the family. And also, we didn't know what is there. We didn't do it for money. We didn't know what's coming. We just did it out of passion. And of course, family support was tremendous. And again, I'm eternally thankful for that. But then when we brought up, our thesis was, we don't want to show people fancy screenshots or pre-rendered videos of CGI things and fake trailers and stuff like that. We wanted to show people a real product. And we keep this ethos to the end, to today. We do it always like that. So we wanted to show people the real product. We built the real product, the V1. We launched it. We started to get a lot of feedback. Again, the community started to form. And people started to ask, okay, how can I participate more? And that's why we launched the crowd invest campaign on the left. It was on Seeding VR platform. And we started to sell some shares with of our company to people who wanted to buy them. And what we did at that time, and some of you remember who sit here, at that time we said, okay, so if you buy X amount of shares of Somnium Space as the real company, you will get, as the bonus, you will get a land parcel. Okay? Yeah, I see some waving. Woo! Great, well done. And what happened is people were buying some shares, and in the beginning there was nothing, and then people started to see it, and they started to buy. We were amazed by that, and then lots of people came to us and said, "Wait a second, but honestly, shares are great, man, but I actually want more parcels. How can I get more parcels?" And because of the regulations, we're not able to run this crowd invest campaign in US because we are a UK company, and people were like, "I'm from US, give me parcels. I don't care about shares. You can leave your shares for yourself." And we said, okay, what do we do? There are so many people who want to buy stuff, and they want to participate in Somnium economy. So that's why we decided, okay, let's run dedicated Indiegogo campaign right after the Seeding VR campaign. And we ran Indiegogo. It was amazingly successful. And for those who bought during Indiegogo, it was tremendously successful financially, I guess. So we ran this campaign. We raised that amount of money, which is there. And that kickstarted the development. That helped us to feel more, more confident, to hire more people, to start building, a more robust system and a bigger company to really progress with our idea. So thank you again for everyone who did invest in the beginning, who bought things. I think we all have done amazingly well, and many people, majority of people who bought shares in the beginning are still shareholders. And that's pretty cool. So hi to all of you who are there. Let's click. All right. Let's look back at the economy. So in 2019, we tokenized all the assets. We went on the blockchain because we were waiting until the tech was robust enough. We were waiting until the smart contracts were evolved enough to have this ability. And once we saw that, okay, it's there, we can do it. We always wanted to have it, in a decentralized way. We wanted you to control your experience. We wanted you to control your assets, not us. We did it. We tokenized all parcels and all items, and we ran initial land offering. And this is the screenshot I've taken in 2019, where we were with $136,000 sold of items. We were the #1 on OpenSea. Long behold those days, okay? But we were #1 there, and the funny part was the most expensive, and we were amazed by response. Okay, people were buying parcels. They were excited about this. We were just watching OpenSea. I remember, and I really have to say hi to OpenSea guys. We love you. We've done an amazing journey together. So that's really cool. And I remember OpenSea because we were selling all the parcels and auctioning them at the same time. And people were trying to bid, and they were opening 25 windows and tabs in the browsers. OpenSea actually slowed down and went down at that time. So they had to restart, the servers. They had to restart the service, and then it went live and continued. So everything was great. But what struck us is how people, valued, and of course. The parcels are different, the locations matter, some were on the island, and we were absolutely amazed by looking at the prices, and we're like, oh my God, someone is paying $100 for a parcel, and someone just paid $1,500 for the most epic waterfront XL parcel on the island. Okay, we now know what are the prices, so we were amazed. It was incredible. But today, this parcel, by the way, that user, SpeakFun, he owns that parcel still. He didn't sell it, he bought it there, and he still owns it, and I think it's something great is built there. And that parcel is probably right now valued somewhere over $100,000. Hard to say, but it's way more than it used to be because of the interest, because of people want to build, and the location matters, and more users are there. So that's the journey how we went, from something to something. And again, we're eternally grateful for that and for that trust which you give to us. Now, we always wanted to be decentralized, and I know many people throw this term lightly, but we have to understand what decentralized means, right? Right now, Somnium is decentralized, and it's an economical and ownership part. You own your tokens, you own your avatars, you own your land, you own everything you want to own, and you control it. It's in your wallet. We don't own it. You can sell it anytime you want. I cannot ban you and say, okay, you cannot sell it anymore. We take away your money. No, everything you bought, it's under your control. And of course, in 2019, we went to OpenSea, the biggest marketplace. We're still there. Biggest sales and biggest events are happening on OpenSea. But this year was important too, because being decentralized doesn't mean that only we are on Ethereum and that's it, even though Ethereum is amazing. It's the most decentralized blockchain out there. But we saw that many new blockchain networks have been emerging, and people were coming to us and say, look, we want to use NFTs from those networks in Somnium too. And we said, okay, I think that's a great time to start incorporating different blockchain networks. So we did, and we incorporated Solana in November, December. We're finalizing the connection of the wallet, so you'll be able to use your NFTs instantly. And we did our territory land offering, our auctions, which finished yesterday. We did on Holoplex, and we also did on FTX. We partnered with FTX and Holoplex, so hi FTX and Holoplex teams. Thank you for your support. It was tremendously amazing, successful, but also challenging for all of the sides to figure out new things. And I think it worked really great. So both those companies are great. We will be expanding to new blockchains, and you will see it in the next slide. That's a complicated slide. Okay, take up your notes on the tables. There are papers and pens, and start writing down, all right? So you can see that we have an ecosystem. We're building an ecosystem of many layers. There are, on the top you can see that there is Polygon, and Polygon is important, they're great partners of ours for a long time. And we built, Ethereum is great as the mainnet, and many expensive items you will keep on Ethereum. But there are some gas fees involved with that, some speed of transactions. And that's where Polygon and other blockchain networks come in. And Polygon will allow us to implement and allow people to exchange items seamlessly and almost for free without any hassle inside Somnium in VR natively. And of course, that is also connected to Somnium Wallet. So there we have Somnium Wallet, which will be connected to the marketplace. And in Somnium Wallet, you will keep your items, but you will be able to transfer them from your Somnium native wallet to MetaMask in and out anytime you want. So you have control over your assets, but we provide you this second layer of interoperability. We provide you this an amazing opportunity to just trade seamlessly, click the button, and then the item will go from wallet to wallet in a decentralized way. Of course, on the right side, we have OpenSea. We are still there, and we are planning to stay there. Of course, there you see cubes, which will come back later. But cubes are the centerpiece, the utility token of our world. You can buy everything with cubes, and people are buying a lot of stuff with them. And more utility will be coming to cubes. So right now, people mint avatars to sell them. They mint them with cubes. They pay cubes to do that. They sell parcels, they sell worlds, they sell avatars, cars, and many more things. As I mentioned, we went and incorporated Solana blockchain in 2021. In 2022, we'll be also working with the amazing Near protocol team to incorporate their blockchain into Somnium Space natively. So you will be able to use NFTs from Near in Somnium Space. And of course, I always say, the vision is, and it's actually already a reality, you can take your Solana avatar, sit into, Ethereum NFT car, and drive around to your, Near parcel. That's the future of Somnium. That's the 2022 future of Somnium, not that far away from right now. We are actually very close to that. So yeah, this ecosystem here, it's growing, and it will, it's becoming more complex, but it's also becoming more versatile for people to use, for creators to use and utilize. Okay, let's have a look at some numbers. I like the right bar. This is the Telio. This is the Telio. And yeah, that's where we started. On the left side, 2019 initial and offering, which I showed you in the beginning. That's what we raised there. And then we continued to grow. 2020 was an amazing year for us. We really kickstarted a lot of things. The platform became more mature. More people have joined Somnium Space. And then 2021 came, and we have been working really hard in 2021. We have introduced a number of things, such as Somnium Web. Somnium Web XR client is tremendously important because that allowed thousands of people, actually up to date from the beginning of the year, 350,000 people visited Somnium Web parcels, which is amazing. It's freaking cool. And people are continuing to hold events there. You can enter WebXR parcel from any device. You can go from Oculus to mobile phone to any device, even smart TV. If your fridge has the web browser, you can enter Somnium Space and be there. Okay, please send me a selfie of the fridge party on Somnium Web. I want to see that. So this is how our sales progressed. And talking about cubes, this how much cubes people spent throughout several auctions to buy things with them. Actually, the number is already, after yesterday and a few days before, the number is over $2 million, I would say. So more than $2 million of cubes were spent on all the auctions. And again, thank you all for purchasing, being active in our community, and be active with with your creations. Okay, cube. All right, I can hear cube lovers, of course. So, Cube ecosystem. All right, let's have a look what we have here. What is already there? We have lots of things working. We have, you can purchase Somnium parcels, worlds, cars, avatars, items, tickets, books. People sell a lot of things for cubes already today. Now, where can you trade cubes? If you need to exchange cubes, our goal was always to have a place where people and our community members can safely exchange utility token cubes to use them in Somnium or back if they don't want to use them anymore. So that's where we launched this year on Gemini, the best exchange out there. I love Gemini. It's the most secure and greatest exchange. Amazing team. I want to say hi to Gemini team. We've done some tremendous things together. And of course, if this is the centralized exchange, and if we talk about the centralized places, you can buy cubes on Uniswap, version 2 or 3, plus some other places. But these are the main places where you can trade them. Now, avatar minting, items minting coming in 2022. So you'll be able to create through SDK not only avatars but any items. I mean, hoverboards, cars, chairs, tables, whatever you imagine, wearables, and you'll be able to mint them. You will use cubes to do so, and you'll use our PC client to actually do that, as you do right now with avatars. Very easy process. We'll even streamline it better, so it will be very easy to use, and it will be close to free because we'll be using Polygon, and you'll be using Somnium Wallet. So it will be great. But what's next? What are we thinking about for cubes in 2022 and beyond? There are several ideas which were floating in our minds, and this is not given. This is what we are thinking about, and this is what we are looking at, and we would love to hear your feedback as always. One of the things where people come to Somnium and they say, look, the barrier of entry, for me to purchase a parcel is very high. There's high prices and it's hard to get in. And I have to say kudos to our community. No creator who wanted to create in Somnium and who really wanted to do amazing things and he didn't or she didn't have money to purchase parcels, no creator has been left behind. And our community, our landowners always stood up and they rented parcels for free. They made deals with those creators, but they made it happen. So I want to say thank you for the community who is working with those creators. But let's say you still feel, okay, parcels are expensive, which they are, and you want to get in and you want to become a parcel owner or parcel creator, let's call it like that. That's where staking cubes comes in, and we're thinking about a system where you might stake cubes and lock them for a certain period of time, and you will get access, depending on how many cubes and for how long you will stake them, you will get access to certain parcels, worlds, and other items. So this is what is floating in our mind. We'll be streamlining this idea further, but we're looking in this direction. Of course, another thing which is coming live very soon is Somnium Wallet, Somnium Marketplace, native marketplace inside Somnium Client, using Somnium Wallet, trading things, easy renting, not manual renting like right now, where you have to go and you have to kind of develop the trust between the renter and the rentee. But you will be able to do it automatically, and the system will handle this for you, partly on-chain, partly off-chain. And yeah, many more things. The marketplace will be the biggest leap for us because creators economy, play to earn, will suddenly become possible with worlds and everything else, and people will start creating more and more and more without paying amazingly high gas fees, and they will be consuming more, and they will suddenly be able to monetize their experiences inside the worlds, parcels, if they're a creator of art, if they do wearables. So that is there. And I mentioned only 2 things, but there are many more things and concepts we're working on. I could just take another 1 hour to be diving into that. We will not do that. Generally, cubes have done really well this year. So I want to hear cubes once again. Come on. Cubes, all right. Cubes done well. We know that. That's amazing. So thank you for all people who supported us, and we will continue to work hard no matter what. Okay, another amazing milestone we have reached, and I'm very proud about that, and the whole team is proud about that, is that this year we allowed, from the January 2021, we allowed our creators to upload avatars through SDK, but not only that, but also tokenize them as NFTs. And again, the process is very seamless. Many of you are creating avatars, and many of you are creating amazing avatars, and majority of you here sold avatars already. And people started to do that, right? In the beginning, it was slower. People were getting used to the system, but you know, they did it. They started to sell them, and people started to see amazing creations, and they started to buy. And this year, we have reached a milestone where creators have earned more than $500,000 by selling avatars on Somnium platform. It's amazing. It's great. Thank you. I'm really proud about it. This money went to creators, and this is super important, right? Because they would not have been able to do that if we didn't create the platform, if platform didn't thrive. So this is for us a very important milestone. But you know, there's a lot of work coming towards that avatar. Some creators spend close to 100 hours on one single avatar. I would say average is somewhere around 30, 40, 50 hours per avatar. And because people tokenize them, because you put them, engrave them onto the blockchain, people really spend time to perfection them. I personally own 8 avatars. My wife definitely will tell me that I own too much, but can't help myself, sorry. They're all beautiful. And they are amazing, right? And they are, of course, we believe in interoperability. I will come back to that a bit later. But we also needed to make sure that all avatars which creators create are safely encrypted and stored securely. Because the last thing you want as the avatar purchaser, who purchased an avatar for $5,000, is to see on the party, is to see a clone of you ripped out somewhere, running around, and at that time, at that moment, it will not help you that you have an NFT, because if you see a clone, you will not feel that good. So we wanted to make a system which is secure, and we're still evolving, and we're still making it happen. And that brings me to another topic, which is the last point. We want, of course, to open our Somnium avatar system to other apps and platforms, to integrate them and to be seamlessly transformed to other worlds. And that's why we'll be working in 2022 on the API, where people will be able to, or the companies will be able to tap into that and actually let people use our NFT avatars in other platforms. We have already some talks with some companies, and I think it will be great. So stay tuned for that. But again, applause for all the avatar creators who were working hard and are working hard, and congratulations for your earnings in 2021. It's amazing. Okay, I can see people in VR are still with us. Hi, people in VR. Parcel 883, if you don't know where to go to 883. So, another amazing thing what happened in 2021 is a start of Somnium Creators Fund. We started this initiative in July of 2021. So it's been running for roughly for 6 months. And it was the reception was amazing. We had 40+ applicants. We have 15 projects running. We had many alumni, and we have dedicated, or we have spent or distributed more than $60,000 in cubes to support those projects. And mind you, all the projects, every person who was presenting, the rule was, of course, you have to have a great idea, but you also had to present in VR. Because if you cannot present in VR, you should not come to Creators Fund, sorry. And we had amazing presentations. Those screenshots you see behind me, they are from Creators Fund. It's like Shark Tank meets, late night show. We had music there, we had presentations, live PowerPoints, people were presenting, pitching. There's a lot of questions, a lot of ideas. So it was really, really, really amazing. And it really unleashed true creativity. It really allowed people to create. Some people, they were having some other job and they wanted to create a lot. They had those ideas, and this Creators Fund allowed people to do that because they received funding. They were able to spend more time on creativity in VR. And they really, really did it. So what happened is we were live streaming all these Creators Fund pitches. We were showing the videos, and more people and companies started to look at that. And they were coming to us and they were saying, wow, this is something truly amazing what you're doing, actually. You have an amazing community. People are building some great things with that. And they were inspired. I truly can tell you, companies were inspired by what we have done and what creators have done. And towards October, we were starting to receive a lot of inquiries about companies who wanted to join Creators Fund with us. We never thought about this before, but when first companies started to tell us, like, guys, we would want to participate in that. We would want to help to grow the community. We said, you know what? We have so many amazing partners out there. Why not? Let's do that. And that's why I would like to introduce you the first companies who have committed to help and invest into the Creators Fund for 2022, and they will be helping us to grow this ecosystem. I would want to mention them one by one. Gemini, we all know Gemini. Who loves Gemini? I want to hear that. Yes, VR people. I'm pretty sure you as well. Then we have JSR. This is, you don't know them, but it's a very important company. The company, it's a market-making company, and they're always making sure that there's always tight grade spreads between bid and ask for cubes so that whoever comes in can actually trade cubes, and they're a super professional company. I'm super excited about working with them, and they have lots of plans of building headquarters in Somnium and do some amazing things. The next one is Chris Bell. Who knows Chris Bell? Chris Bell is the guy, and I want to stop for a second and say Chris Bell has been with Somnium since the beginning. He was one of the first people who bought an initial land offering. He was an amazing supporter, great human being, and he is one of the biggest landowners in Somnium. But not only that, he is the most active landowner in Somnium. He rents tons of parcels. He works with creators. He makes sure that every creator, every person who comes in knows what he needs to do, have an ability to make what they need to do, what they want to do. And he's done tremendous amount of things for this community. So Chris, unfortunately you cannot be here today. I know you wanted, but next year you will come. And I cannot wait for you to present here about your journey. But thank you for joining Creators Fund and investing into Creators Fund and investing into the creators of Somnium Space and helping the ecosystem to grow. Now, next one is not less important. It's Museum of Crypto Art and Colborn and the team behind Museum of Crypto Art. And again, this was the first museum, the truly natively, digitally native museum in Somnium Space with crypto art who opened their doors way long ago, and they've done some tremendous builds in Somnium. If you've never been in Museum of Crypto Art in Somnium, I don't know, the door is there, okay? Or you should try right away, because they have amazing builds. They have amazing architectural structures. They spend hours and hours and hours perfecting the builds. Every piece of crypto art there has its own place with the lighting in Somnium, so they really do an amazing job. And they also joined Creators Fund to actually help the ecosystem grow. They invested in the Creators Fund for 2022. And of course, Admix. Sam will have a presentation later, but you know, I am personally, as a person, invested in Admix. We met in 2018, 17 even, yes. And I knew that for Somnium, allowing creators and landowners to have additional revenue streams inside virtual worlds will be absolutely critically important. And what Sam was building and his vision immediately, struck light with me. And we talked, and we talked more and more. And we invested personally into Admix. Absolutely happy investor, and Sam is amazing. So Admix also invested into Creators Fund to fully help the ecosystem grow. But now I'm telling you, okay, companies have invested, they've contributed, but what did they contribute? You want some numbers, right? Do you want numbers? You want numbers. This is the amount of money we as Somnium Space and those partners have secured for 2022 for Creators Fund. So Creators Fund will grow more than 10 times right now, and people will be able to really pitch more projects, more products. And not only that, we are really making it kind of like a Shark Tank in VR. We'll not only be investing in the creators of Somnium, but we will also be allowing some startups to send their presentations and to pitch us live in VR. And we will, judges from those companies will be there live, and they will be together with us deciding who is getting funding. But I can tell you that Somnium creators will be getting a higher magnitude of funding and abilities, and we are preparing some really, really amazing things. So again, thank you for those companies who joined us for 2022 for Creators Fund. If there's any other company who wants to join, we might have a place for you, so call me. All right. But that's not it. We as Somnium Space, as I said in the beginning, and I truly mean it, Somnium Connect is not only about Somnium. Actually, it's mainly not about Somnium. It's about amazing companies and amazing partners who actually are building some truly revolutionary products alongside with us. And we as Somnium Space, because we were also fortunate enough and we worked hard, and you saw the results we had, we started to support companies and we started to invest in the companies which we believed in and we believe in. So I would start with VRgineers. The guys are there. They're building some incredibly amazing technologies in VR space. They are building great, super high-end VR headsets with some, I don't know, mind-blowing stuff. You will see their presentation later, and I promise you that your minds will be blown. They are building amazing things, and I'm truly honored to work with them. They're great human beings, and we have a lot of fun working on things. So thank you, guys. And then, of course, we invested this year in Ready Player Me. They're already our partner. They're a great partner. They do avatars, lots of avatars, and people use lots of Ready Player Me avatars in Somnium Space, in Somnium Web and in Somnium Space Client. So it was a perfect match. It was a no-brainer for us. Then there is one secret. You'll find out. Then there is Admix, as I said, Sam and us, we met. And there is Teslasuit. You cannot imagine VR without Teslasuit, can you? No, exactly, you cannot. Because it's such a revolutionary tech, and it's such a different way of tackling the haptics than what it is known on the market, that the moment I tried it, and we know each other already since 2018, we met in VR days in Amsterdam, and since I tried it, it blew my mind. It's so different, it's so amazing. These guys are on the next level, so you will see, and you will be on the next level with them too soon. So this was and still is an amazing journey. We are grateful for that partnership, and Teslasuit is already incorporated in Somnium Space. We're working on a better incorporation. We are, developing it more and more. But that's amazing. And there's one more, and you'll find out. But before that, let's go to the next slide. Oh, there's one more thing, how Steve would say, but this. And we announced that in October, and we said we will build our own VR headset. And the reactions of people, to be honest, was pretty much summarized here. Like, VR headset, wait, what? Oh my God, why? Why would you do that, Artur? What's happening here? And the reason for that is that, first of all, we thought that we have something we could offer which is not on the market yet. We have many ideas, and some of them you will see right now, which we believe in, and we think they are missing in the current VR headset landscape. So, okay, we said we could offer something. But more importantly, for us, we have seen a trend where many companies, big companies, who are producing VR headsets, started to close their ecosystems and kind of creating these silos of closed ecosystems. And we, as the Metaverse company, we cannot afford to risk that we will be dependent on some or other ecosystems. And again, some companies are doing a great job. Some headsets are amazing. But we saw some signals from different various companies, either towards blockchain or either towards VR apps and other things, which we didn't like. And it immediately rang a bell in our head, and ran a huge alarm in my head, though. And I said, we have to do it. We have to try, and we have to do it. So that is why I would like to present to you the work in progress. We started to work on that headset in the beginning of 2021. So we were quietly working on that for a long time, and there is so much work still to do. Our partner, one of the partners development, is VRgineers, great guys, and we're doing some amazing things together. So that is why we have created this. So that is Somnium VR Headset. The specs are behind me. I don't want to read all of them, but I will mention some of them. We want to create a headset which you truly own. It's ethos of Somnium Space. We don't want to lock you down in our ecosystem. We don't want to not allow you to do things with your items. We want you to own your thing. If you buy a VR headset from Somnium Space, you truly own it, and you can do things you will not be able to do with other headsets. We really believe in modularity. We want to have a headset which will last some time with you, which you can take and do things with, and which truly can be your companion and your development partner or your gaming partner. And that is what we had in mind when we were and are still developing that headset. Of course, it has high-resolution screens. Of course, we try to put the latest tech inside so that you can make sure that with access to the platform, you will be able to actually extend the life of this headset. Now, we will give you access to, open for consumer customizations with the Android. We'll give you access to that Android. You will be able to modify things. You'll be able to tap into sensors and do things you want to do. But that is very, very important for us. We want to have it. We want to have it on the market. We will bring it to the market. And one of the cool features of that headset, which I'm looking forward to, is both. This is the standalone headset, with XR2 chip inside. But it's also a natively wired PC headset. So we're doing some special steps, which will allow you to have a lossless wired PC experience, because we still believe that PC wired experience is here to stay. And we can see the difference between wireless and standalone. Obviously, Somnium, for example, looks beautiful in any occasion. Okay, but still, the most beautiful part is inside PC VR mode, because you have those visuals, you have those abilities, and even though standalones are evolving really fast, there is still limitation. So PC VR is here to stay. Go PC VR headsets. Yes, I know. And we believe that we need to provide that ability. So you will have an ability to do both, and you would have an ability to do both greatly. Of course, we want to allow lighthouse tracking as well as inside-out tracking, which is there, and it has a headphone jack. All those companies of mobile phones who don't have headphone jack, shame on you. So yeah, we have that. We have 3 USB-C connections. You have 2 really fast ones and 1 for charging and data, USB 2.0, and then the rest is 3.0. And it's modular. So I'll show you now what it means that it's modular and how we think about the VR headset. So that's a VR headset. And the front panel, this one, you can actually take it off and you can modify it, and there will be different front panels. These buttons here, by the way, this is touchpad, and these are A/B buttons on both sides. So touchpad is used to as a trigger, so you can navigate with the touchpad in VR without controllers if you don't want to have controllers. You can navigate in VR, and then you can click as the trigger. Of course, this headset will have controllers, standard, optically tracked controllers like from other headsets. But also, we're working on the support of Lighthouse tracked controllers, obviously for Steam, for PC VR mode. So these buttons, not only they will do, what I said they will do, so A, B classical buttons from controllers, but because you have access to the system, you'll be able to remap those buttons and let them do what you want them to do. Up to you. But that's where comes the most interesting part, in my opinion, one of the most interesting parts of this headset. First of all, you can take off the front panel, but also this add-on, these screws, each screw, by the way, can hold up to 25 kilos of weight. Don't check it at home. But still, these are very strong screws. And this part, you can 3D print. We'll release all the sketches for 3D printing, and you'll be able to print things you want to have on your headset and use this modular part to actually put them on, whether you want to swap different straps or you want to put some add-ons to the headset, you will be able to do that using this system. Also below here are screws there where the connection, one USB-C connector is there, but also you can take out that panel and you can put something or print something, or we will also be selling some add-ons, but we want you to do it yourselves rather than we are selling to you. That's another view of the headset. This is the bottom view. This is the top view. Oh, by the way, I want to mention that lenses, we're working with an X-Style team from VRgineers to make crisp lenses, X-Style type lenses with zero flare and glare. You will have clearest image possible because that is one of the most important parts of the headset, and we're really proud to work with the guys. They are magicians in that, and we will have an amazing set of lenses there. And I'll be sharing, of course, more information later. As we progress with our development, we will be sharing this information. You will be having this together with us, and you will be kind of following our progress together with us. Okay, so let's recap. It's modular and open source. You own your headset. You do what you want with that headset. It's yours. We don't lock you in our ecosystem. We rather win your privilege to have you in our ecosystem because we're good rather than locking you down. So that's one thing. High-end internals, which will last you for some time, definitely. That's what we want, and we're trying to push it to the limit, of course, to the limit of possibilities. But still, you've seen the specs. Modifiable and programmable, of course. The buttons, the software, you will have sensors, you will have access to that. Built to last and liberate, amazing sentence, okay? We want to set you free. We want you to develop on it. We want you to be in charge of your headset and not other way around. That is very important, and I'm pretty sure the ecosystem of developers will grow around it, and there will be amazing things on them. 2-in-1 standalone, so standalone and PC VR, super important for me and for us in the team. We believe in that, and this headset will deliver this lossless PC VR plus standalone experience. And when pre-order, when do we take your money? Actually, we don't. We will not take your money until we're ready to ship, maybe a little bit earlier, but we don't want to make any pre-orders. We want you to follow with us our development. We will be sharing more and more information while we develop it. But we have a goal, and I think it's doable. We want to deliver first units of this headset to people who will purchase that in Q4 in 2022. Yes, thank you. So we will take our time to make sure it's really great. We will be sharing this with you. We will be sharing with some VR great influencers and knowledgeable people. So we will be making sure that we have a lot of feedback. We'll be incorporating that, and you will know firsthand from us what's happening, what's the status, and this headset will stay here with us. And I can't wait to start using this and be feeling free in that sense. So thank you for that. Okay, Somnium Space 2022 in a glimpse. Let's quickly run through those things which we're working on. There are many more things, but I just put some things which come to my mind. So what do we have here? Somnium Wallet Marketplace, amazing. Your wallet, decentralized wallet, with your control, seamlessly integrated in Somnium Space. You'll be able to trade things, mint things, exchange things, and it will be very, very cool to be able to do that, and all on chain, all provably there, and you'll be able to see it. Standalone Quest version, we have that too. We'll show you some demos later. We are releasing the alpha version of that version this year in December, so you will see that. Then in-game seamless monetization, I told you you'll be able to monetize things, tickets, donations, selling wearables directly from user to user in VR. You click on thing, you exchange the thing, you can give the hat to another user in VR, he will accept that hat, and the item will move on chain from one user to another, and cubes will move to the wallet of the seller. Amazing experience, that's what is needed to actually take things to the next level in games, in the worlds, inside Somnium Space. SDK item minting comes together with Marketplace, so we'll allow minting items on Somnium Space. Cross-platform Somnium VR avatars, as I mentioned. We are working on the new website, by the way. Long due, I know, but we are working on it. And we will include more documentation. There will be developers portal there, and we are working on a really, really cool web, which will go live somewhere in the beginning of 2022. Cube extended tokenomics. I want to say one thing. Many people try, or many companies, for whatever reason, some of those reasons are not great, but for whatever reason, they try to put a lot of shiny things inside the tokenomics. But what they don't realize is that if you nail the tokenomics and you engrave it from the very day one, and you're building something that complex as the metaverse, many things in day one you don't know which will come in day 20, and then 120, and 1020, right? You just don't know that. And that's why we always left an ability to maneuver with the tokenomics. So you have set things, rules, like we have 100 million tokens and no more. You know how much is circulated, how much is out there, but then we left room for ourselves to actually be able to adapt and see what community wants, how we can work with cubes. And that's why we will be releasing more extended tokenomics this year and next year to actually accommodate to what we need to do and what community needs. So that is very important. We need the flexibility, at least some part of flexibility, as the company and as the society in VR to operate. And yeah, we have a lot of partnerships on the blockchain and off blockchain. We are talking with companies every day with many, many companies. Francesco, you're somewhere there. We have a lot of calls, yes, and Chris as well. So we're doing many calls, and we have great things working and in progress for you in 2022. And that is the new trailer made by our community for this event.
Somnium Space is your open, multi-chain VR metaverse, where you own your digital creations and are an active participant in the new creator economy. Somnium Space is shaped entirely by its users. A digital frontier where you own your items, vehicles, land, and even entire worlds. Build using our intuitive builder and import your assets through our native Unity SDK. Create your own avatars, vehicles, and any kind of accessory you can imagine. Then sell your creations on our NFT marketplace. Welcome to Somnium Space.
Amazing work by community, and I know many of you have recognized yourself in those videos and those memories. It's hard to explain to people who are not in VR, who are not in Somnium, But once you live through those experiences, it stays there. You remember them as if you do it in real life, or many times stronger because the experiences are just next level stuff. So thank you for our community. Thank you for all who are contributing to Somnium Space every day, whether you're a creator, land owner, or world owner, or just a bystander, but still supporting our vision. We have lots of things to come. But last thing before I finish, and I know I'm already past my time probably, but last thing I want to say and to show is that Somnium Space is a very, very complicated thing to build and do. And it's not only me here who is doing that, but mainly it's our team. So I would like to invite Somnium team on the stage, come to me, and I want to show everyone how many people are working together to actually make that happen. Come on guys, come here, don't be shy. Come everybody. And this is not the whole team still, but a big part of it. So I want you to give a big round of applause to all of the people here who are together with us today. We are working really hard, and I can tell it, to make things happen, and we will work even harder next year to make Somnium even greater. So thank you very much. Thank you on the live stream too. All right, thank you. Let's go back and continue amazing presentations before I finish. The next speaker is Sergei from Teslasuit, and we will bring, he will show you some next level things, which we are super proud of, working together with them. And stay tuned, we'll start in a few minutes.
Hi everyone. Can you guys hear me? Well, it's such a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invite, Artur. It was the things that you do are amazing, and we're excited to be part of it. From the Teslasuit team, on behalf of the whole Teslasuit team, we're super excited to be part of your ecosystem, and let's learn about Teslasuit and what we do. So, quick attention on the screen. So, our mission, as far as Teslasuit is concerned, is we want to continue to be a global leader in deep tech smart wearables that help people in the Metaverse or in XR communities, as well in the healthcare space and beyond, to interface with the digital world, as well as to use the capabilities, human capabilities, to discover a new dimension of you, as we call it. So, what is Teslasuit? Teslasuit is a two-way digital interface between the human body and the digital world, and it allows to receive tactile sensation, as well as to translate the whole motion capture of your body from a real into virtual, as well as measure a number of biometric parameters using a deep tech smart wearable suit we call Teslasuit. I'm not going to dwell too much on our milestones, but we started a business about 6 years ago. We received a number of prestigious awards, including CES awards and Red Dot Innovation Awards, but we're not stopping there. And last year we became a multi-product company. We start moving into different product categories, which I'm happy to present today. So just to, I'm sure all of you guys know, but just to reiterate, what is the Metaverse and, what is the ecosystem of a Metaverse and XR? And when we talked about VR, AR, MR, or XR, now it's clear it's all going to flow into the Metaverse communities and be used from a Metaverse platform. And so the typical components of a solution there is a combination of hardware and a software. And I think this is what Somnium Space realized very well, that they need to build that ecosystem in order to provide, a real deep dive, a deep immersion for the users, not only to feel or hear things, but also to see things, but also to feel and experience them as you would in real life. And so there are a number of areas that obviously take enormous benefit out of this. We're not only talking about the entertainment and gaming, which most of you can relate to, but obviously towards the training, healthcare, and many other industrial and other applications. So obviously the part of the hardware where we stand at is haptic suits and XR gloves, and we're going to talk about that later on today. On the software side, obviously we're compatible with all the game engines, as well as we're compatible with all the headsets, and we're agnostic to different manufacturers, and we want to work with everyone. There are a number of areas of uses that we feel our products can relate to, and we separate them into two main categories: the professional use and personal use. Professional use is where we mostly focus on high-performance training, XR training for industrial training, military training, and other types of industrial business and government applications. The personal life is, I guess, the Metaverse. It's a health, it's a fitness, it's a sports, it's a telemedicine, it's a gaming, it's entertainment, and that's to all these areas we can relate to. So as I mentioned, the suit itself is a full-body smart suit that covers 90% of a body, covers with electrodes that can provide sensations through electromuscular stimulation, and we can make those sensations, very different, from a light touch to a really strong punch. And we can simulate, and developers can simulate those sensations depending on the use cases, on the modes, on a lot of factors. And we can program them inside all the solutions in the Metaverse in XR. Just a quick overview of what's the technology behind the hood. So first is haptics, as we call it, tactile sensations. As I mentioned, they're very important, and this is our kind of original technology which we started to build on. Haptic is important technology because it allows the people to be immersed in virtual augmented reality in much deeper way. It allows them to feel the object, it allows to interact with each other, it allows them to use haptic as a communication tool. And that's why we are proud to say we're probably the best haptic company out there in the world in terms of full body sensations. Motion capture. Motion capture and haptic go very well together because, as we discovered, in order for you to receive tactile sensations and you're interacting with other objects, you need to know that you are interacting with other objects. And for that, motion capture is the technology that allows to do it in a digital way and also translate it into a physical way. And so for motion capture for us is vitally important as a key technologies that drive our products. And it also can be used as a biomechanical tool, as a separate from haptic, but also in combination with haptic. Our third technology came naturally out of the electrodes that placed on the body and can deliver tactile sensations. We call it biometric parameters. It allows biometric system to get a number of biometric parameters from a human body, and we can derive a lot of them. Some of the data can be useful, some of the data is not useful, but we're still figuring out how we can correlate that data to various use cases like stress levels. And it's vitally important for some of the use cases like training simulations to see how a person is taking, what direction this person is taking with the training, how does it cope with the stress during a certain training simulations and so on. And we can all monitor that and incorporate in various solutions. And of course, there is a software that binds all our products and technologies with the capabilities that the software can deliver. And we are releasing a software called Teslasuit next week to some of our key developers in order to get a more granular understanding and more apply haptic sensations on a more granular level, as well as use motion capture, as well as use biometry, and with all our products. And it's a very, very complex system that we've been developing for a number of years, and we're happy to release it to developers. So I was saying all that, but I just wanted to show you what kind of examples and use cases that we've done as a company. So one of our first customers was NASA, and they experimented with our products. We have a number of NDAs signed with them, so we can't disclose some of the areas that they used it for, but there are a number of applications that they use for deep space missions, as well as to preparation for training for astronauts. And we're proud to have that partnership with them. We recently have done a Volvo Ultimate Driving Simulator with use of a Teslasuit that was applied for the drivers, but also for passengers to see the ergonomics on the car, to see how the safety protocols working in the driving simulator. And we continue to do work with Volvo, and we're proud of that. And there are a number of activations that we've done. This is a little bit more fun. They'll be able to, you can feel it, you can download it and from our development portal, but also I'll show you in a minute. If you look at the screen, we've done effectively sensory experience that we took telemetry data by Lewis Hamilton, and we let the users to experience how he was driving on the screen. Attention on the screen. Thank you. Another big one that we've done a 5G Vodafone activation case, where we actually try to translate the sensations, with people being over 100 miles away. And just a quick video for you as well.
Teslasuit, which gives the wearer the ability to feel temperature, pressure, and touch. In Coventry is a tackle cylinder. Inside the tackle cylinder is a set of sensors and an accelerometer. When a player tackles that cylinder, the accelerometer will measure the impact of the force, the direction of travel, and whereabouts on the tackle cylinder the tackle is made. I see you've got a couple of the local rugby kids there to help us out, which is fantastic.
Not too bad for little man, eh? Oh,
great tackle.
Felt that one a little bit more. Oh, I think I'm gonna. I felt that one.
That feels like a real tackle in a real match.
Yeah, it went through my whole body instantly.
Juan, thank you so much.
So we here are able to demonstrate the power of touch over the distance with using our technology as well. And now we'd like to reveal our new product. Attention to the screen. So we call it the Tesla glove. And I have a pair with me right here, and you can try it afterwards, whoever like. So Tesla glove is it's effectively a controller, VR controller that allows the user to control the environment, but also feel the volume and the texture of the objects. So we have 4 technologies embedded in the Teslasuit. Tesla glove, sorry. Exoskeleton part that allows the fingers and the hand to stop and feel the volume of the object. So the great thing here is it stops the fingers going through the virtual object. As you know, obviously it's made out of air in the visual form. So the exoskeleton part on the arm will allow the wearer to feel that volume of the object. We have 9 haptic points on each finger that allows to deliver tactile sensations, and with that we aiming to get the user to feel the texture of the object. And so we have all that sensory feelings on all the 5 fingers, and it's all incorporated in a glove, as well as motion capture, which is continues to be a main element of our products. So you can have a big virtual keyboard and you can keep typing on it, and the keystrokes will be identified and captured through motion capture technology. And last but not least is biometry. So we still be able to derive a number of biometric parameters through pulse oximetry. The glove and the suit will work from biometric parameters very much the same. So, the great thing about Teslasuit and Tesla gloves, all the technologies they embedded in those products can be used separately, but also in combination with each other. So, and that allows for a lot of different creative solutions and use cases to be developed. And I guess this is why I'm here. And I would like for us to collaborate and have all the users and all the developers on the system to think about what problems they can solve with our technology inside the metaverse. Whatever it is to receive the sensations, or it is to use our products for training or any other use, we're happy to work with you guys. And we're happy to cooperate so we can develop together a really blockbuster solutions. Just a quick, obviously, apart from Somnium, we have a number of high-profile partners from gaming engines, but also to space industry, aircraft industry, machine industry, as well as others. Going to skip that one. And we're a year away. Last year we done a great Christmas activation that I want to show this year. It's almost in time for Christmas, so please, your attention on the screen.
Oi!
Gotcha!
No way! Sorry, mate, as I was saying. Back inside.
But Dad...
It's snowing, it's snowing! See ya!
It's for you.
Look under your bed.
Wait, what?
Ready?
Ready.
Let's go, let's go!
Whoa! What? Faster, faster! Yeah! Whoa! Whoa!
Got ya.
Always.
So on that note, on behalf of my team, and we want to wish you Merry Christmas and Happy 2022. Thank you. Now, I believe I have 10 minutes or so. I can take questions, or we don't do that. No, let's roll, right?
Let's roll. Maybe do you want to show the glove? Show
Sure.
you take it on? Let's zoom in and show the real deal.
Sure. So this is the prototype of the glove. Let me demonstrate. So it's fully wireless, and you'll be able to place it on your hand like this. So let me just move my watch further down.
It looks amazing. It's fully wireless and it looks amazing. I don't know which one is first.
So we have this.
We try to zoom in, maybe.
Yeah, we have a 9 haptic point on each finger and biometry. So SPO2 sensor. So, and we built two.
What kind of data are you able to capture through the biometry?
So we have the heart rate, SPO2, I think PPG, plethysmogram.
That's already amazing.
Yeah, and there are a number of biometric parameters on SPO2 that we'll be able to capture. So yeah. Ja. Tak? To jest z tej strony. So we're just making sure
I can do it all day, so. The reason why we're doing it, by the way, is because every finger is different, so they have a system to fit in every finger, so your hand will fit perfectly in this glove.
So it works like this. So you have all the degrees of the hand, and so this, as I mentioned, this exoskeleton, it controls your finger. It can control your fingers. So if you're grabbing an object like this, so imagine it's a virtual, you'll feel the volume of that object and won't be able to sort of push your fingers through that object. And all the sensory parts here, be able to feel the texture of the object, and obviously work as a hand manipulator inside VR, create things rather than use a keyboard and then check in VR. So, and obviously for training and for medical purposes. So like Teslasuit.
Yes, and wait, one more thing. It makes such a cool sound, by the way. Yes, yes, cyborgs, we're coming. All right, thank you very much. That was amazing.
Pleasure.
Big
Thank
pleasure
you.
to have you.
Thanks, everyone.
Sergei, Teslasuit.
Thanks. You see, I can carry it with the glove as well.
All right. That was a lot of haptics. I felt it while sitting on the table. Oh, thank you, Sergei. And now I would like to introduce an amazing guy from an amazing company. And what caught my attention, as of many of you as well, is that they truly believe in something which we believe in too. And believing is one thing, but they also deliver. And I've seen, the demos and feedback what people have about Lynx headset and about Stan is amazing. So, when organizing this event, there was no question I really wanted Stan to come in and present his vision of the future of VR headsets and XR ecosystem. So, yeah, I would like to invite Stan to the stage. Stan Larroque from Lynx, everybody.
Hi. Thank you very much for bringing me here today. Congratulations on all the announcement of Somnium. So much to talk about in the next days. I think what got my attention is your headset. Congratulations, good luck on that. I know it's really hard to work on these things. I know some other companies knows that as well. But why bother? We already have one here. So this is what we do. This is the Lynx R1. That's the headset we delivered this year. If you want to try it after my talk and the conference, I will be sitting here. This is a full working unit with 6 DOF hand tracking, VR, AR, all the bells and whistles. You can see some very good demos online, including one from Sebastian from MRTV, who is sitting here. Hi. So I'm going to share with you the state of where we are, how we are going to work with Somnium, and what we want to do in the future. Okay, so that's the headset we have today. That's the R1. We're already working on Lynx R2, which is going to be out in January 2024, so we have time. So Lynx R1 is going to stay with us for the next 2 years, and we're going to build on that platform. So you've seen that we brought many innovations. I think the biggest one are the optics, but on every brick of hardware and software that makes a headset, we wanted to push the limit. So we started from scratch, and we sought to the best teams in the planet, including Qualcomm, NVIDIA, Ultraleap, you name it. But basically, we are here right now. So remember that the standalone headset is very different from PC VR headsets. This is a full computer. This is a computer, and I like to define my system as saying that it's a smartphone that you put on your head. It's an Android device. All the compute is happening here with the XR2 Qualcomm chip. And when you build the PC VR headset, you of course have to take into account the mechanics, the ergonomics and all that. But when you make a standalone headset, you're now building everything. And we are compiling the OS in our office. It's on Android 10 today. Tomorrow it will be on Android 12. But it's much more complicated. It's like a few orders of magnitude more difficult than building a PC VR headset, in my opinion, depending on the specs. Of course, I'm not trying to diminish any work here. Just to tell you that it's very difficult, and we are the only European company now having a product on the table. And I want to stress that if you look at the offering of the big tech companies, I think we are the only one on the price point that can appeal to consumers on both VR and AR for the next 1-2 years. And those next 1-2 years are the small and tiny window of opportunity we have as European players to have an ecosystem. It's all great to build software, but if it's not running on something you control, what's the point? So you have to start somewhere. So we started on the hardware, and now we are building more and more on the application layer with Somnium and other partners. But yeah, that's a full computer. So we closed the gap between AR and VR. You can see, I'm not going to show you any trailers or demo. You have enough of that online. But you can see we have 2 high-definition pass-through cameras for AR. and we're doing VR like any other headsets. With a twist is that the optics are crazy. But in a way, I think in the next 1-2 years that are going to be crucial for the industry, people will stop seeing AR and VR as two separate things, and we'll talk about mixed reality with VR being a subset of that. I'm not saying VR is a niche, it's not. It's just a small subset of what we want to bring to the consumer. And in the end game, people will not know AR and VR. I think they will call that immersive experiences or mixed reality, and VR is part of that. So those are the partners we have today. Those are all the partners you would need if you want to build a VR and AR headset today, standalone, of course. So the barrier to entry to make a headset are really high. You have the technical knowledge, you need a strong team, and you need the partners. And we're the first in Europe to bring all of those together, and we built that. It's great that we're working with Qualcomm because we also have access to the roadmap with them, and we are building on the next headset with their technology. And if you look at the ecosystem today, all the headsets on the market that are not PCVR have a Qualcomm chip. So they're like the one-stop shop of all the headsets. So when you work with them, you have access to resources, you know how to navigate the market, and you can also guess what your competitors are doing. So it's really interesting. And working with all these companies, the biggest hurdle for us was to bring the price down to $600, which is still twice as much as the Oculus Quest. Because my name is not Mark Zuckerberg, I cannot just throw money at people so they buy my headset. Yeah, not yet. But the price of the headset, we're making a tiny margin on that. Like, it's ridiculous because we want to make volume. I'm happy to tell you that we have more than 3,000 customers who bought like between 1,000 and 2,000 headsets each. So it's really broad, it's really global, it's a global market. But I'm also here to say that we need a European ecosystem. Last week I was in Brussels to teach that to the European Commission. And I will continue my effort in January and in the coming months that, again, we have this tiny window of opportunity. And I'm really happy to see other hardware startup in Europe. So I share my compassion of the pain you're going through, because I know how hard it is. And I want to make sure that we have something else that is not Facebook, that we can run our software on in our ecosystem. So to build that, we are going to support only one runtime, which is OpenXR. And I was last week also in Valencia, in Spain. I saw the SideQuest guys, and they are going to make some announcement next year. I'm not sharing that with you today, but you will see that next year OpenXR is going to be big for the ecosystem. If you start working on a new XR app, VR or AR, I advise you immediately to consider only OpenXR. So that way, developers and the community can build one app that will be compatible with all the headsets, including the Quest. So it's a no-brainer for a developer. You develop once, and you have access to the store of the Quest, the store of Lynx, etc., etc. And you're not locked with one provider. I have so many horror stories from developers that were or still are on the Quest platform that were screwed by Facebook or Meta or whatever. So it's OpenXR and Android for the next few years. What we're going to share, and you will feel that I'm repeating Artur here with his own headset, but we're sharing the same belief, is that everything is open because we don't care. So you're going to have access to all the data stream, the raw data, the rooted OS image. We are preparing that with Qualcomm right now. So in January, we're going to put in the open our SDK. We just have to finish the infrastructure software around that. But basically, you'll have sample app for AR and VR for mixed reality. And you will also have the ability to customize everything in the OS image. If you want to change the boot logo to have your own logo on the headset, you can do that. Try calling Oculus and asking them that. It's not really possible now. So yeah, that's the picture of me that was last week. It was sunnier than in Prague. It was in Valencia in Spain. But we're partnering with SideQuest because the hardware is really the first layer. It's like 30% of the journey. All the rest is the ecosystem and the content distribution. And you really have a platform when people make money on it. And Somnium Space demonstrated that with their ecosystem. And to bring that to a headset is a very different story. It's a much more expensive story, much more difficult. Yeah, yeah. We're going to get there. But SideQuest is helping us. They are going to have an offering with us. So don't worry, developers, you're going to have a store on Lynx next year. So those are all the standards we support right now. I'm not making an announcement in the future. This is what we have in the office in Paris right now. We have Steam VR working. You can find a video on YouTube of Nicci, you know, the YouTuber Nicci VR was playing Half-Life Alyx and Beat Saber on Lynx. So we support the Finch controllers and the Index controllers now. So all the games you bought with Steam, it's really important that you can still play them with Lynx. So you know, the market decision, like people's decision to buy a headset is like all the games that I bought, can I still play them on the headset I'm going to buy or to swap with the Quest? So we had to be compatible with Steam VR, and the compatibility layer was built with the Steam, with the Valve software guys with OpenXR. So we have a driver for that. All the demos you're going to experience today, if you try the headset soon after, they're built with Unity. We have also an OpenGL like standard library if you don't want to use Unity. I know some hardcore people that just want to do native stuff, all right, but we're not going to support that a lot. And the system is Android. If you want to try to flash another OS on the headset, good luck, but it should work. It's not locked to a specific bootloader. So that's what we need to make a headset on the software. It's really hard to exist today. I'm speaking as a very, very small company. We are 20 people in Paris. Please be kind. We don't have the same resources as Facebook, but we have the support from Qualcomm. They want us to win. We have the support of the community. As you saw online that last month we did a very successful Kickstarter without even showing a demo of the headset. Or like only a few videos, including one from Sebastian. Thank you for coming to Paris again. You're invited next time. But we have something, we have a version 1. We have a huge competition coming next year from 2 very big tech companies that are going to put on the market video see-through headsets, just like Lynx, that look like a lot like Lynx. So I advise you to try the headset, to make an application on it. We are going to put our SDK. It was designed to be the HoloLens killer. And we did a good job at that. And then we switched to consumer, which was where the question of the controllers arise online, if you look at the comments under our videos. So not only we are doing what HoloLens does in a better way, better field of view, 90 degrees field of view, AR with great color, great opacity, and we're doing VR as well. And the combination of that is the only possible future for mixed reality. You're going to see next year 2 sides of the big tech companies, like 2 different paths. Apple and Facebook are going for the same technical approach as we do, optical video see-through, like pass-through cameras here. And then you have the Google, Amazon, and Microsoft side with optical see-through, AR stuff. And that will not work for some time. If you look at 2 companies in this space that are HoloLens and Magic Leap, they are financial disasters. Microsoft internally, and Magic Leap on the market, you saw how much they raised, you saw how much they sold. Yeah. So headsets like that can be brought down to a price below $500 if we make some good effort and if Europe shows traction next year, and I believe we can do that. But it's going to be a challenge. So I just wanted to tell you that we're raising money right now. We finished a successful Kickstarter, and we have some very good traction. People see that something is happening in the metaverse and that we need a platform Again, that is not Facebook for all the reasons we like to hate on Mark Zuckerberg, and it's very popular to hate on him these days. But Somnium is going to play a role in that. It's not really yet finished, but I think Artur can come on stage with me and have a few words about that.
Yeah, man. I want to, first of all, great presentation. I want to repeat that I like your pragmatic approach, and I believe in what you do. And by the way, well done for the pricing of your headset, because ours will be much, much higher. Come on. Yeah, so that's amazing. The dedication here is amazing, and yeah, we are the question mark which you saw on my slide of the investments we will do and we've done will be Lynx, and we will be happy to co-lead the investment round which they are having right now and help to build the open ecosystem where partners are equally important. No one is above anyone. Everybody are trying to build the same goal, the same ecosystem, and you've done an amazing job. So
thank you very much.
Proud to be among those.
Yeah, I just want to close.
All right.
I just want to finish about something I told the European Commission public servants last week. It's about this window of opportunity we have, and I think you're all working in the space, and you can feel that. You can feel that the money put on the table by American and Chinese big corporations like ByteDance in China and Facebook, Apple, and Microsoft today is really huge. I'm going to give you a quick comparison of the budget that are invested. Over the last 3 years, the European Union subsidized and gave investments either in equity or debt to players in AR and VR field. If you look at the economic, if you look at the companies in Europe today, it's 99% software. You can raise a lot of money in Europe today if you're selling an application to have your hamburger delivered in 15 minutes, I'm sure. To make hardware, it's much more difficult. We don't have the culture for that. We lost that culture, actually. And we're trying, Teslasuit, VRgineers, Lynx, we're trying to bring that back. I think we have some success on something. But to give you a comparison of that, Europe invested 100 million euros over the last 3 years for AR and VR. To give you a comparison of that number, how it translates into Facebook, that is 4 days of Facebook budget time. All right? So 3 years of investment of public money, and you can multiply by 3 or 4 with the private investments. It's like not a week for Mark Zuckerberg efforts. So we have a lot to educate to the consumer with the platform you're all making, with the product we're making, and also to the public servants that are sitting in your own countries and in Europe, and we have to direct investments to those efforts, otherwise there is no point. I just wanted to close on that. It's not a very happy thought, but we need to take a stand and we need to engage in the public discussion to educate people across the full field. Thank you.
Right now we'll have, thank you, Stan. That's amazing. And right now we'll have a break where you on the stream can have some rest and fun. We will have maybe a little bit of food here. And after the break, we'll continue with the presentations, and VRgineers with the X-Style headset and some cool demos are coming on stage. So stay tuned and see you soon. All right, we are back. Are you ready for the second part? What? More? Yes, now I believe you. All right, all right, all right. We have amazing presentation ahead of us because, as Stan correctly said, European startups have to come together and build something cool. And that's exactly what this company is doing. I would like to introduce you VRgineers. They're building an amazing headset, X-Style, and much more. You will learn from them about what they do. And yeah, Martin, come on stage.
Hello, Artur. Thank
Hello.
you for kind introduction.
Absolutely. And we'll have Marek calling from US to assist Martin with his presentation. So warm applause to VRgineers.
So, hello, everyone. Welcome to X-Style keynote by VRgineers. My name is Martin Cloupek. I am a hardware development director here in VRgineers. And together with me today we'll be presenting our CEO, Marek Polcak, who is abroad. I hope he will be here somewhere. He's currently in the US. Hello, Marek. Oh, cannot hear you right now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Great, it's working. So together we'll guide you for our presentation. We'll briefly introduce our company and then our product. Now I will hand over my word to Marek. Marek, please.
Thank you, Martin. VRgineers is first of all technological company. We are inventing cutting-edge virtual and mixed reality solutions. Having over 50 developers, engineers, and PhDs, we are utilizing the most advanced chips, highest resolution displays, cutting-edge algorithms to deliver the most immersive experience. Our team is big enough to deliver complex solution and stay on the cutting-edge technology while maintaining its flexibility. Next slide, please. Here we go. VRgineers started in 2017. We managed to develop and deliver our first HMD head-mounted display prototype called VR Hero to customers during this year. Most of them were at the time from the automotive industry. And they've been experimenting with virtual reality design evaluation. So design of cars, evaluation, how they look like before they build the first prototypes. Between our clients at that point were such companies and brands like Audi, Skoda, McLaren, Honda, General Motors, or Daimler. VR Hero headset was quite unique. It had two Quad HD OLED displays providing 5K horizontal resolution with wide field of view and adjustable focus. It was the first headset at the time using DisplayPort cable for communication instead of HDMI. It had quite a few challenges as well. I mean, it was heavy, it was made out of prototyping materials, and it had a separate adjustment of interpupillary distance, which showed to be too complicated for most of our users. With VR Hero, we learned how to develop and manufacture virtual reality technologies, and based on provided feedback from customers, we developed a new headset called X-Style. Next slide. Thank you. X-Style got its name from crystal because everyone we showed it to was like, wow, what an amazing crystal clear picture. So we engraved the crystal into its polygonal design. It utilized two 4K fast switching LCD screens instead of previous Quad HD OLEDs to increase the fidelity. At the time, there was, I would say, a worldwide discussion about the comparison between OLED technologies and LCD technologies, and of course, their parameters. OLEDs were always better in color dynamics and in perfect black, while LCDs were able to offer higher pixel density and lower gray-to-gray latency. Today's OLEDs improved their colors and therefore most of headsets are using these screens instead of OLEDs. Ixtal excelled in multiple technical attributes and became popular between the aircraft pilots and professional drivers for training and simulation purposes because of its unique combination of wide field of view combined with very high fidelity and readability. It was also the first headset which integrated hand tracking from UltraLeap, previously known as Leap Motion. But there were still two challenges I would like to point out today. These were lenses and tracking. We used lenses from our Israeli partner, which had limited vertical field of view and were very sensitive to proper depth perception and caused wrong dimension feeling when they were not precisely adjusted on the face at the right sweet spot. With tracking, we realized it by building exoskeletons, we call them clip-ons, that you were able to click on the top of the headset and thus making it compatible. We built multiple of these clip-ons, but they caused it to be heavier because it added additional weight and also caused jitter because the exoskeleton structure was not that rigid. We focused on sorting these challenges and all other details we received feedback about, and we bring to you today the Ixtal 3. This is the most advanced virtual and mixed reality headset existing so far. It has the least distortion and most realistic field of view image, wide field of view image, providing the highest level of immersion. It was developed and tested with the international community of pilots and is the only modern headset built specifically for simulation purposes. To deep dive into the specifics, next slide, please. Oh, sorry, the previous one. No, we've been right. Thank you. No, so the next one. The Ixtal 3 brings completely new level of immersion thanks to combination of multiple unique features. The most significant is our new proprietary lens design, which extends vertical field of view, increases the sweet spot, and improves binocular overlap, therefore much better feeling of the depth, of the size, of the speed in virtual reality. From optical point of view, these lenses, the new lenses with Ixtal 3, also increases a super sharp area. Before, you were able to see like really crisp image, the crystal clear in the very center. Now we extended it to the field of view, which is bigger than normal headsets have in their narrow field of view. So you are able to read almost anywhere. These lenses are being manufactured with the precision of 5 micrometers, while the surface roughness precision is under 10 nanometers, eliminating any optical artifacts. All of this was possible only thanks to one thing, that we had to develop internally our own ray-traced optical designer to be able to build these lenses. We also managed to decrease the distance between the lens and the display. That allowed us to make Ixtal skeleton smaller and lighter. Thanks to smaller footprint, new construction design, and usage of lighter materials, we managed to reduce the weight by more than 30%. This was very challenging to achieve because in general, it's not that hard to design and build a headset which has high resolution and narrow field of view, or wide field of view but lower fidelity. But it's very complicated and challenging to combine all of these together. However, we achieved that, and today we are presenting the Ixtal 3, which brings the best balance between the experience of the fidelity, immersion, and comfort. Technically speaking, it uses two 4K fast-switching LCD panels, which can operate in multiple modes with different resolutions and refresh rates. Thanks to the fact that we own and we build the full technological stack, we can customize resolution and refresh rate based on specific client use cases. Two most common modes are full 4K resolution per eye running at 75 Hz and Quad HD resolution running at 120 Hz. This is the fastest setting to maintain a stable data transfer. You can overclock the system, but then the stability and reliability lower significantly. Xtal3 is connected to the computer using DisplayPort, USB, and power. For mixed reality, additional USB cords are required. The central part of the headset, I can show you even here, the central part of the headset is exchangeable, and that allows us to switch between different modules. We can put there a mixed reality module, we can switch to a different one, we can remove it, making it virtual reality headset, and we can also exchange multiple modules on the lower part. Currently, we have there inside-out tracking, but it can also support already mentioned leap motion hand tracking. We already spoke about Xtal3 lenses with enhanced field of view. However, to make a real use of high fidelity in combination with wide field of view, we need one more thing, and that's eye tracking with foveated rendering features. The one reason why foveated rendering is still not that much used is because of the constant need of recalibration. When you test any kind of headset with foveated rendering and you put it on, you will very soon find out that you need to do calibration process, which is in average using 6 dots. So you have to look at 6 different dots. That takes roughly about a few tenths of seconds, and then you are good to go and start using it. Unfortunately, every time you do like faster movement or the headset moves or changes its position to your head, you need to redo the calibration again. To remove this bottleneck, we developed a revolutionary one-dot calibration system, which in one step shows you one dot, measures IPD, and recreates your facial dimensions. We basically built in the real time a mathematical model of a 3D of your face. And that allows us to immediately start providing you a foveated rendering even from that one dot calibration only, making it smooth and easy process. And we believe that this will really enhance the usage of the foveated rendering. And that brings us to the Xtal3 mixed reality capabilities. It integrates 2 pass-through cameras offering unseen 4K resolution per eye for mixed reality experiences. Stereo 4K video stream is quite challenging to transfer to computer and then back to the headset and handle it. If we use standard data protocols, we will be able to transfer the video only at around 45 Hz. Luckily, that's not the case, because we utilized a new transfer technology that Martin will share with you the details about. Martin, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Marek. As Marek already mentioned, 45 Hz isn't enough for us. Our front-facing sensors are capable of delivering much more. So the issue or the bottleneck in our case are the USB cables or the USB transfer. To overcome this issue, we have implemented a so-called foveated transport. And this means that the part of the screen of the image is sent in native resolution, and usually the surrounding and the background is transferred downscaled. Usually only half of the information is transferred. The native part, the native resolution, is usually is usually the center of what you see, or it can move dynamically by your side. We can do that because we also track your eyesight. By these means, we can transfer the full resolution, the 4K, in almost 90 Hertz. Now, let's move to XTEL specifications. We've already talked about the mixed resolution and about the displays. As our customers use our headset in different scenarios, we offer different type of lenses for our HMD. We offer lenses with wide field of view, horizontal, with wide vertical field of view, and of course, with high pixel per degree density for clear view, say, centered image. A lot of parameters shown in this table were already spoken by Marek, but what I would like to say, or maybe highlight, that we have reduced the weight to 700 grams. So let's move to the slide. As XTELs evolve, we are still searching for bottlenecks, and we are searching for new ways how to overcome them. When you move your head with HMD on your head, and when you actually feel the movement and see it in a virtual reality, the time between that, it heavily affects the sensation, the overall VR experience. So naturally, we need to minimize this time. To minimize it, we need to know the movement to photon latency, how this number is summed up, how this number is made up. So for purpose of that, we have measured, we have calculated, and we have decomposed the whole VR pipeline to distinct blocks, and we have evaluated the latency of each block. So let's, for example, look at the IMU. IMU is inertial measurement unit, is the unit which measures 3 degrees of freedom movement. The IMU is based on accelerometers and gyroscopes. These sensors scan the movement on a distinct frequency, and then you need some time to transfer the data to the microprocessor. You, of course, need some time to process this data to calculate the values. Because these data obey law of physics, and we know the history of the movement, we always can predict, let's say, about 15 milliseconds for the future in usual cases. By then, the data is transferred over the USB to the rendering and engine. The virtual camera moves by the data it inputs, then the scene is rendered, it's synchronized, and then it takes some time to transfer this data to the display itself, and it also takes some time to switch the display pixels to the new image, usually 4.5 milliseconds. By these means, we have identified the bottlenecks and the weaknesses of our, let's say, latency pipelines, and we have overcome them. We have developed our own IMU system. We have replaced drivers, native Windows drivers, with our highly optimized drivers that reduce the latency as much as possible. We are implementing our own prediction algorithms. Of course, we also have asynchronous time warp in place. So in the end, theoretically, we can achieve something between 23 and 45 milliseconds latency, movement to photon, but in reality, the measured value is about 30 milliseconds. And now I hand back over to Marek, so we can speak about comparison between the consumer headset and XTEL. Marek, are you there?
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for the technical deep dive about the latency pipeline. As Martin said, we are working on a lot of things, how to improve the experience, how to make it really immersive, how to make it smoothless. It's always hard to somehow describe it from the slides. On this visualization, we are trying to compare at least the field of view, because it's really up to every user, every VR user to test the fidelity, the vision, as well as the overall immersion and the latency by themselves, because it's unable to transfer over the internet over few slides. But as mentioned, what we are able to show you, at least on the pictures, is the difference between the normal narrow field of view headset with, let's say, standard 110 degrees horizontal field of view, and the X-Tal3, which has around 180 degrees. And as you can see, the peripheral vision that you get with this is significantly higher, increasing the situation awareness. And that is why pilots and professionals are using X-Tal and why they are happy with it. Let's switch to the one of these pilots' feedback that you can have a look and read through. So this is the feedback from the real F-18 pilot who is testing X-Tal and wants to use it for their training and missions rehearsals. Next slide, please. With that said, we are slowly approaching the grand finale of this release and presentation. But before we do so, here are a few basic information about the X-Tal3 software support. Of course, the headset works with NVIDIA as well as AMD graphical cards. It's compatible with standard drivers such as SteamVR, OpenVR, as well as OpenXR. The software developers receiving X-Tal integration library are also getting multiple plugins for Unity, Unreal, and other game engines, as well as for simulation engines. And of course, they get full access to previously mentioned advanced features such as eye tracking, foveate rendering, or mixed reality access to the cameras, mapping, green screen function, and much more. X-Tal3 official release will take place on January 5th at CES show in Las Vegas, where we would like to invite all of you to visit and try out at our stand 15276. We will be also opening orders on the same date at our website xtal.pro. There will be two versions of the headset available. One with the mixed reality, as you've seen, with the pass-through cameras, 4K resolution per eye, and the second one, pure virtual reality. Both of them will have the inside-out tracking embedded, but later during next year, 2022, we plan to release a configurator on the eShop where potential clients and customers will be able to customize their X-Tal. So you will be able to switch between different mixed reality modules, between different tracking options, foams, head straps, and much more. And that brings us to the last slide of the X-Tal3 presentation. Please feel free to visit our websites or contact us, me or Martin, directly using our email addresses. And I think that we can move forward to the showreel that we prepared for you and we would like to share with you.
Well, now let's see the video.
Yeah, as mentioned, X-Tal is popular among pilot training and simulations. And with the combination of the cockpit, it really makes an ultimate training tool. So let's have a look to the video. Here we go.
My name is Josef Zurus. I'm CEO of European Air Services, a company providing the aviation training for pilots and maintainers. Our company is only one civilian operator of UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters in Europe. We decided to cooperate with VRgineers to develop the most advanced simulator for F-16 platform. It is the first simulator in the world which combines physical cockpit with mixed reality technology.
We have 25 years of experience in special hydraulic systems which are used in many fields of production. We cooperate with VRgineers in order to be in touch with amazing technology like the mixed reality and combine it with the hydraulics.
Feel the burn.
This is the first simulator of its kind in the world, combining wide field of view mixed reality with cockpit replica, allowing pilots to fully interact with the instruments.
Dynamic platform, together with mixed reality, brings almost realistic flight experience.
The mixed reality is enabled by our X-Tal headset, which provides the highest fidelity together with the widest field of view available on the market. This unique combination prevents negative training and provides the most intensive and latency-free experience.
Okay, now let's invite our test pilot.
Yes, now will be the epic demo, which guys from VRgineers. Round of applause for the pilot. Look, wave at them. Woo!
Now you can see the actual mixed reality. You can see that the pilot sees his controls directly as a see-through, and it's mixed like it's mixed with the virtual reality.
I have to add that I've tried this, and the level of mixing and the way how it's seamlessly done is incredible to see. It's so seamless. It's amazing.
And what you can see is that the
Long time are past days when I played Microsoft Simulator 98.
The reason why the virtual reality and mixed reality is so important for pilot training and in general for all the experiences, now we see the high loads of G-force, is that the pilots as well as other trainees get the physical feedback, that they are able to see the cockpit, they are able to touch everything, they get the precise haptic feedback and they are able to interact. And as we see, the cockpit is fully replicated one-to-one, so all the physical knobs are operating and integrated in the simulator. And therefore, pilot is able to do literally anything and train any situation. And this is the future of the simulators. For those interested in trying out by themselves, as mentioned before, we would like to invite you to the CES, where we will be presenting the simulators with both virtual as well as mixed reality, so you will be able to experience the similar simulation with high fidelity level and wide field of view.
All right, Martin, Marek, that was amazing. It looks amazing. And I know inside it looks even more amazing. So congratulations for the new headset. I can't wait to see you back in Prague again. But in meanwhile, yeah, Marek?
Thank you, Artur. Thank you for that. Thank you for having us. Thank you for inviting us for this wonderful event. And I'm looking forward to see you soon and to do a lot of projects together.
Absolutely. Now quiet, he's landing. Yes, round of applause for the pilot. He did it. He did it. He landed. Woo! Congratulations. All right. So thank you guys from VRgineers. And in a few minutes, next up would be Sam Huber from Admix, the company I've talked before. And he will have a lot of things to say to you about monetization, about product placements, non-intrusive advertisement, and many, many more things. So in a few minutes, Sam Huber will be here on stage. Thank you.
Oh, that's me. Hello, everybody. Super excited to be here and talk to all of you today. Thanks so much for coming. The story of Admix and Somnium Space actually started in Prague, as Artur said earlier. 4 years ago now, I think we've met at a gambling VR conference, which in 2017 was pretty niche. And I think Artur wasn't even working on Somnium full-time at the time, and I was also just getting started. So the two companies really started at the same time and had the same growth as well, which is really, really, really exciting. So today I want to talk a little bit about Admix, what we have done so far, what has been our journey, and also what are the exciting plans that we have for next year. So Admix started with a pretty simple idea. I used to be building mini games before, hyper casual on mobile, and always felt like the way that advertising worked on mobile was pretty terrible. I don't know if you guys have played any mobile games, but you end up spending more time watching ads than actually playing the game. And I wanted to create a model where this wasn't the case, and really putting the user at the center of the experience. So the idea was to still enable advertising, which is obviously an amazing business model, enables free to play, but doing it the right way, which hasn't been very often the case. And the idea is product placement. So it's integrating brands, whether they're just a banner or video, which is a super simple example, but all the way down to a product, a full experience within the content itself. And that is the technology that we have built. And it kind of looks like this. This is a simple mobile games. We have a very simple technology, basically an SDK for Unity and also for Unreal, where you can simply tag the real estate within your content. And then we're able to sell those placements directly to big brands, which we work with. And you have all the control as a creator. You decide the brands that you want, where you want them, what kind of reward people have for actually seeing that. So it's really a tool that enables you to bring brands as part of your world. So when I first met Arthur and when we first had the company, the idea was to focus on VR. We thought that because VR is immersive, and it's basically a new platform, when eventually people would build apps that would be free to play, they would need new business models like advertising, and no one has built an advertising model that can work for immersive technologies. The pop-ups, the intrusive ads, that can be tolerated on mobile, but that will definitely not work in anything immersive. So that's kind of how the company started. And in 2017, when we just got started, actually, Arthur invested, and we knew that Somnium Space would be one of the ultimate use case when you have a full platform, a metaverse, and you can actually get people in there and they're building their own content. This is really what we had in mind for what could be the ultimate integration and enable people to generate revenues in new ways. But of course, 2017 until now, when you're running a business and you need to show traction, we found that VR was difficult. Most VR apps are still paid today. And the user base was just not massive enough to excite advertisers. So we made a little detour by focusing on mobile games, and that's what we've done for the past couple of years. And that was definitely the right choice. We work now with big game studios. This is a Gameloft game, actually. All across the board, game developers have embraced this idea that not only they can monetize the interruptions that they create when a level is gone, for example, and now you can place an interstitial ad, but they can also monetize the inside of their content, the real estate that is extremely valuable. And we've done that for a couple of years. So the technology has really well developed over the years. So this is an example of the way that Unity works. Basically, you integrate the technology, drag and drop, you identify areas of the content that you want to monetize, and then you have access to a platform that gives you all the metrics that you want, how much money you're making, how many ad impressions, how many people have seen it, but also the setup of that, so that you can decide the type of brands that you want and make sure that you remain in control of your content at all times. And the traction has been pretty impressive over the past couple of years. So we now have 500 apps, really big game developers as well. We can reach about 100 million users in total across all of these different games that we have. And more we have bigger and bigger studios that are embracing this new way to generate revenue. So that's great. But lately, we've announced a decent Series B round. We raised $25 million, which puts our total raise to about $37 million. And what's super exciting about this is that we're kind of coming back to our roots, which was to monetize immersive content. Gaming, our solution is great, but there's other ways to monetize games. There's other type of advertising models that are working well, even though we believe that the user experience is not great. So we're always kind of competing with others. we think that what's really exciting is the opportunity that the Metaverse opens. Now, of course, there's plenty of ways to make money in the Metaverse. There's NFTs and tokens, and you guys know all about that. You can sell avatars and rent land. But we believe that there's also a big place for brands to be involved, but in the right way. And that's the exciting part. We're kind of like at the beginning of a new phase of the internet again, and we get to make all the right choices to make sure that this new phase, Web3 or the Metaverse, doesn't get abused and overflown with ads like Web2 has. So, and that's where we raise the funding. That's to power the next phase of our growth. We have super exciting plan, and I wanted to share with you a little kind of what our thesis is when it comes to why we're making this move and how we're going to deploy these funds. So the first thing is that the creator economy is changing. We've always felt that Admix was not just an ad solution, but really a tool for creators to make money in new ways. If you have content, if you're building something, this is real estate. It might not be physical, but it's still real. It's very valuable if you have an audience that comes in there. They can do whatever they want. This is very valuable real estate. And the creator economy now with Web3 and the Metaverse will give power to the creators. So, you know, if you're a landowner, if you actually know how to build parcels, those skills are going to be, as you know, incredibly valuable. And so we just want to play a little part in that and help those creators generate more revenue. It might not be the only way that you make revenue, but why not adding another layer of revenue on top of that? So we're seeing a big change in the creator economy. As I said, the power is now going to be in the hands of the creators. There's always going to be a point of aggregation, which is where the audience is, but the creators now benefit from that point of aggregation. People will come to your parcel, and they might all come to one or two because this is where the best experience is, but at least you, as the creator, benefits from it. And the next day, the event might be in another parcel, and the other creator benefits. So it's more the creator than the platform. That's great for us because we're a developer tool, and what we believe in is putting power back into the creators. But we believe that brands will still be a massive part of this new creator economy. And that might be something that a lot of Web3 purists don't believe that this is the case, because they see all the other ways, the NFTs and the tokens, and they don't really believe that there's a future for brands. But the way we think about that is that, yes, creators will have hundreds of other ways to make money, but brands are spending $500 billion every year trying to reach their audience. And they've done that on TV, and then they've moved online, and then they've moved to social media. So they always find a way to reach the audience. That is really the kicker here. Brands always want to reach their audience. And as the audience moves in the Metaverse, or Web3, however you want to call it, VR, they are going to be there. They are going to be there, but we get to shape the way that they're going to be there by building the right technology and the right tools. And that's really what Admix is doing. We're building the right infrastructure to enable brands to enter the next phase of the internet. And what's really exciting is that the way that it looks today is not going to be the way that it looks tomorrow. Our new kind of direction is really becoming this gateway for brands to enter the Metaverse. But the good news is that it's not just going to be advertising. There's going to be plenty of ways that brands can enter this new world. It can be buying land. It can be building something on top of that land and then augmenting that with our scalable distribution engine. At the core, what I see that we have a technology that is able to take content and then inject it in another content in real time and show it to the right user at the right time. So yes, that content can be an ad, but it could also be a product that you want to buy, or it could even be an avatar that you want to teleport. In a way, what we have is more of a high-frequency trading system where you can literally deploy content to in front of the right person at the right time in the right experience. So this is what what we have built, and we've applied that use case to advertising, but the model is massively growing, and this is how we're going to deploy our capital over the next couple of years. So, of course, everything we do remains becoming this bridge between the brands and this new environment. And so far, what you have seen, we've launched a project recently that I'll talk about in a bit, but all of the activation that we've done with various games and various worlds has always been fairly simple format. Billboards, we call them. They can be banners, they can be videos. This is the lowest hanging fruit. When you talk about advertising, this is basically, step one. And the good news about those is that advertising already support them. Advertisers, already support them. They are very scalable formats. Anyone has those assets, and they can be easily transacted online. But obviously, they're not the best way to advertise. Imagine a future in the metaverse when you think about how brands will be part of this environment. You are not thinking about billboards. I'm not thinking about billboards. This will remain one of the formats, but definitely not the most exciting format. So there's plenty of ways that this could work. We're already working on a few things. And the first one that I wanted to present here is basically a 3D version of that. And as a simple example, as you can see, this Heineken brewery here. So the idea here is like, instead of just having a boring two-dimensional item, you can have an experience in 3D. That experience will always be dynamic, so every brand can insert their message and their brand and their product in different ways. And we're building the technology to do that and give the right control to the creators at all times. And this pod is basically a clubhouse in the virtual world. So if you're a user, you can actually enter that pod and see what's happening in there, and this is a full branded experience. And you can also get rewarded to participate in that experience. And this would be displayed by a creator inside the parcel that they have inside their land, and obviously they can tweak elements of it as well. And to be able to access it, this could be an NFT, this doesn't have to be, they could be distributed in different ways by different brands. And another model that we are starting to work on is fully custom. So I think this is the beauty of this metaverse and what it really creates, is that we kind of have lost the art of advertising. Advertising is supposed to be science and art, not just science. And with social media and on the web, it's really all about performance. It's all about metrics like click-through and other things that don't really mean anything to the brand at the end of the day. And I think with the richness of gaming and the metaverse as well, we're going to be able to create much richer experiences. And some of them will just be custom. They will just be created by the brand inside a world or inside a parcel, and they might have no other purpose than entertaining. And this is not just going to be about selling products. This is going to be about taking the customers on an experience and get them to really feel what that brand is about. So this is what we can expect for the future of branded experience. And you can see this kind of range of high frequency but simple formats all the way into fully custom, and in the middle something that we're trying to automate, trying to get scale in a format that is new, but yet will deliver amazing results for creators. All right, do we have any billboard owners in the audience? Oh, right at the back, nice. So, I know, Arthur, you tried to buy a few of those, but I don't think it worked. Yeah. So this is actually one of the first projects we actually launched with Somnium about 5 weeks ago, and it actually ended yesterday. It was a great success. So we thought about, again, this is just the beginning. What would be a low-hanging fruit for us to show that we can bring brands into virtual worlds? Billboards. Brands understand it, they know what it is, they know how to do it in the real world, they will know how to do it in the virtual world as well. And the other idea was, when we make our SDK or integration available within a world in general, we always want to make sure that the priority is maximizing the user experience. This is not about putting ads everywhere, otherwise no one would consume those experiences. It's all about creating a great experience and figure out smart ways to monetize it. So our idea initially was to only drop a limited amount of those billboards, Cyberpunk, Admix, X, Somnium billboard. So we have 3 different sizes here, the XL, the M, and the S. And basically every week during the TLO, we drop 3 of them. So it's pretty high scarcity, only 15 in total. And that went incredibly well. Obviously, they all sold out. The highest value, I think, was 18 ETH yesterday. It's about 70,000, and the total was about $500,000 in sales for those 15 billboards. And that's kind of what they look. This is obviously a concept. They haven't been integrated yet, but we've already confirmed brands. So Cloud9 was our launch partner. It's an esport company. Obviously, we have a lot of other brands. We work with Facebook Gaming. We work with Spotify. We work with Calvin Klein. And all of these guys are just looking for other ways, other places, basically, to reach their audience. And through our technology, which will be embedded within this billboard, you will be able to monetize your parcels using advertising as well. Now, along the way, we've done some cool things, trying to prove a few things. This one, Movember happened to be at that time, and as a team, we did a fundraiser, and we thought, instead of just sending a link to a page and growing mustaches, why don't we try to put it on this billboard and give away all the proceeds for that week? So we sold 3 of them, small, medium, and large, with a mustache, and I think raised something like $60,000 for a great cause. So that was an amazing way also to show that, we can do good, NFT for good. And the mustache will be removable, by the way. Right. And so during the last week, we've announced something pretty exciting, which is that a brand called Ocean Outdoor, which you probably haven't heard of, we partnered with them to take brands into the metaverse. Now, on one side, you can look at Ocean Outdoor as a pretty old school company. They own real billboards in the real world. So this is Piccadilly Circus in the UK. This billboard here probably is one of the most expensive one in the world. It divides into 6, and every month only 6 brands can actually place their ads there. So it's like the UK Times Square, but except that in Times Square you have thousands of billboards. There's only 6 here. So that company they operate this site in Piccadilly, and they also operate a lot of other sites all across the UK. You wouldn't expect them necessarily to jump into the metaverse, but I think that is what is the exciting part. They're not Web3 native. They're not crypto native. They haven't tried VR. They completely, they put in real billboards. They probably have kind of missed the whole internet altogether. So to see them really understanding that real estate in the physical world and real estate in the virtual world is also valuable, I thought that was quite a defining moment for the metaverse, because they are not the most progressive company, yet they understood it in a matter of a meeting, and we got that partnership done in a matter of weeks. So that was super exciting, and it's a massive, massive company, right? They're publicly traded in the UK. It's hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising every year. And not only are they going to put the ads on the billboards, but actually the goal is that from every budget that is going in the physical world, a portion of that will also go into virtual worlds. Metaverses, virtual worlds, games, they truly, truly understand that, this is the next frontier. This is equally as valuable. Real estate in the virtual world is valuable. And you guys know this. You have virtual land, and you've probably made a lot of money developing it and buying it. But it's still a new concept for a lot of people. And I think this is going to be one of the key defining partnerships because again, it's not the most expected partnership, but we're just super excited to start activating that in 2022. And this is the first of many, right? We are basically all day, every day, what our team does is we have a team that goes after content creators, and we show them the solution. And we have another team going after brands, going after big companies like this, and we try to do partnerships, and we try to explain to them what is the benefit of it, how can they measure success, and giving them access to all of the great environments that you create to generate more and more revenue for our creators. On the last week, which ended yesterday, we did a branded NFT drop with Ocean Outdoor. So instead of the traditional small, medium, and large, we've actually dropped locations that were modeled after real physical location. One of them is called the Loop. You can see them on the left. We have this triple location, which is next to a big shopping center in London, and another one, 4 Dials, which is a massive curved LED screen. And that was another great experience to show that we can bring real IP, because all of these things are actually registered, it's registered IP, into the virtual world and sell that as an NFT. And the idea there is to have mirrored campaign at the same time in the virtual world and in the real world. So the big ads for Coca-Cola or whatever new movie is out that you'll see in London at the same time will appear in the Somnium Space parcels of the owners, which is pretty cool. And of course, when we announced the partnership, this was not just a one-off, let's drop a couple NFTs and see what's happening. This has been really long time in the making. I mean, I think we've tried to integrate our SDK back in 2018, but we didn't really focus on desktop at the time, and it wasn't also Somnium's priority. We did a concept that worked well, but we've always knew that at some point we would have to activate a full roadmap, because this is not just about dropping a couple of NFTs. This is just the start of something to enable you guys, the creators, to truly generate, massive revenue from advertising as well. So you can see it here. Basically, we started in November. We had 5 months of successful drop, and then the real action actually is going to start in Q1. So in Q1, we're going to continue the development, and we're going to start integrating our technologies. And then we also have our launch partners, brand launch partners, that are going to start showing content, start showing adverts within the billboards that have been that we have released. So we have a bunch of early adopters with billboards that would benefit from a lot of that early revenue. And then we have a whole roadmap. We are going to do more drops. We're going to be able to expand on that partnership. And by Q3, we'll have a full integration. So it's going to be totally automated through API. As a creator, you'll also have access to a dashboard. So you can, just like I've shown before, you'll be able to see how much activity is happening, basically, and get paid directly in Cube as well, which is a very big deal. And then towards the end of the year, and we might be a little early on that, we'll see, but we're going to do more drops. Billboards, 2-dimensional billboards is just the beginning. I've shown you a little glimpse of the future with pods and 3D items that can be programmatically customized. So there would be the opportunity to own some of these assets that will provide even better monetization. Again, advertising is the future. We have many other plans to power e-commerce and other types of branded content directly within the parcels. So that's it. How do we keep winning? I mean, again, guys, I wanted to say, for all the builders out there, all the landowners, obviously nothing would be possible without you. So the goal is that you keep building. We don't want to interfere with that. Our goal is just to provide the best tools for you to monetize these worlds. But we want to support the creators, and this is why we're announcing our participation into the Creator Fund for next year. And I think I'm done. Thank you so
All right.
much.
I will just thank you, Sam. It's amazing. I'll just add a few things to the billboards. I think many people don't realize what it means, and they look, they hear billboards and they're like, oh my God, it's just a billboard. So what's special? But the way that, creators decide where, how, and when to put those things inside the parcel. I run together with one of our community members, which you'll see in a minute. I run a club in Somnium, okay? And we have companies paying us for renting that club already, pretty regularly, okay? And for me to have an ability to place brands into the parcel is an amazing opportunity. Again, I decide when I want to do it, and I decide what I want to do it. Unfortunately, I don't have any billboard, but I'm working with some billboard owners already, some deals in the back, so we'll do some stuff.
Well, we need the DeFi for billboards, right? We can rent it. You can.
Yeah, DeFi, and we need DAO for billboards. No, we'll discuss that. But I'm just saying, for me to be able to place it and then get paid in cubes for revenue, which companies will happily share, and also to be able to control the experience is very important. I think in the 2018 we discussed where I was telling, and at that time it seemed crazy to everyone, that you'll have a parcel and maybe instead of just a TV, unbranded, you'll place
Samsung TV.
Samsung
I remember
TV.
your
exactly.
example.
And I remember the discussion, and it's exactly what it is. I would gladly put Samsung TV instead of just a TV because it will look more authentic in VR, and the creator, the landowner, will get paid, which is an amazing concept. So I look forward to the roadmap. I think we're doing a great thing, and I think people will catch up with this idea as they did with virtual land and as they will do with VR and AR and everything else. And our goal is to make advertising, or your goal is to make advertising non-intrusive, amazing, native, and just good for everyone.
I think the word advertising has baggage, but really what we do is really finding brand experiences, which is not just about showing something in your face and trying to get you to buy it. Yes. But the internet kind of forced us to do that.
Absolutely, but we are proud to be your partner, it looks like now. And we're proud that Somnium Space is the launching partner for this initiative, and we'll do some great stuff together.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right, we're not done yet, not even close. Next speaker, I would really love to introduce, and it's really special because he has done something in NFT space, what many have ignored, I would say, or NFT became such a buzzword for many people, but not from the right side maybe. And what I always preach myself to every live stream, to every user, to everyone who comes, that every NFT has to have a use case, okay? But use case is a very broad definition. What do you mean by use case? It has to be, it has to bring value to its owner, or it has to preserve that value, and it has to be valuable to the society. And I think next speaker, Lobkowicz, he's done an incredible job. I've seen them transform the real art with an NFT, with a digital art, in a meaningful way. Not just an attempt to do something, on the surface, but really in a meaningful and deep way. So it's my utmost pleasure to introduce to you Lobkowicz, and he will tell you more about what they're doing.
Thanks, Artur. Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. So I think by comparison to a lot of people here, I look a lot into the past in order to create anything I'm doing in the future, and I am probably going to be the least innovative of everyone else I've seen presenting here. I'm so impressed with the tech that I'm seeing here, and I just wanted to thank, firstly, Artur for gathering such an incredible group of people together, because what I'm seeing is getting me excited for what can be created in the future. So thank you to the builders and what you're doing, firstly. So thank you. Round of applause to all of you. I'm going to start my entire journey here in the past, going 600 years back in history, where we were here in Bohemia in the heart of Europe. Here you can see Europe as Europa Regina, where Bohemia is the heart of Europe. And this is where the story of our family and history really began. where Bohemia was the center of Europe. It was influencing culture. There were the finest mathematicians, astrologers, scientists coming here at the time. This was the time of Rudolf II, where he was inviting everyone to be here, to be a part of the changes that were happening here. Johannes Kepler, Tycho Brahe were all operating during this time period. And this is where me and my family were living at the time, and we served as chancellors of Bohemia, serving the Habsburgs during this time period. And over the last 700 years, our family has amassed a collection with 20,000 movable objects, a library consisting of 2.5 kilometers of book material, an archive consisting of 1.5 kilometers of archival material, and we have handwritten letters from Goethe, hand-annotated manuscripts by Beethoven, Haydn, Mozart, and paintings by some of the greatest old masters of all time. We have Peter Bruegel the Elder, Velázquez, Canaletto, Cranach, and we also for a long period of time have been managing a variety of different historic properties. Now, these collections have been lost twice and regained twice, both by authoritarian centralized regimes, first by the Nazis and then by the communists. And our collections were seized. My great-grandfather spoke out against both of these regimes, and for that reason was declared a stateless citizen. And we lived in exile for a long period of time, only to come back and see our collections once again returned. And while this sounds like a fairy tale, this was definitely a very complicated situation. These things have been uncared for 60 years. There had been people who had mismanaged them. They had been dispersed across 100 different locations. And the restitution process involved my father driving around in a Skoda Favorit to 100 different locations to reclaim these 20,000 movable objects. So it was quite a complicated thing. When we got them back, we really said, what do we want to do with these things? And for us, it comes down to sharing the past so that we can create the future and sharing them with the world. Now, this involved a lot of restoration and study to take care of these things over the last 30 years, and we continue to do so. And today, the collection serves as a place that we hope inspires other people to learn, study, and create. And that's kind of what we've been planning on doing in the future. And it's what we're aiming to do as we kind of enter this new space in this digital arena. And this is something that a lot of museums, I think, are looking at doing as well. And for us, despite being a family that manages a very important cultural heritage and history, we really see it as open source, as an open source collection that's really there for other people. This is an art collection, but it represents Czech history, world history, and it's something we want to continue sharing with others. And so with ourselves and other museums right now, we're constantly seeing many different examples of people trying to utilize digital tools to try to engage with people in a different way. I've put up 2 examples as well of museums that don't use any physical items. And this includes the Mori Digital Art Museum in Tokyo. And for some of you who are here in Prague, you may have seen this iMucha experience that's in the Obecny Dom. And what's interesting for us as we're seeing this actually is there are no physical objects there. But what does that mean for the underlying works of art? What does that mean for the pieces that still need to be taken care of, restored, and managed? And furthermore, COVID has really been forcing a lot of cultural institutions to go digital. I brought up a McKinsey report over here which showcases what the current situation is for a lot of cultural institutions. We're not expecting an economic recovery of tourism revenue until 2023. And this means for a lot of cultural institutions, they're closing their doors. Just to give you an idea, because this isn't something that you hear very often too, I'm sure 1/3 of cultural institutions in the United States are going to be closed forever to the public, never opening again because of COVID. 1/4 of cultural institutions in Europe are following suit. And it's a really desperate situation. Now, out of terrible situations, I hope that a lot of innovation can come out of it as well. And we ourselves have been trying to look for ways where we could continue innovating during a time of adversity. This is a very low-tech version of what I've been seeing over here. But we started with just very basic virtual tours. And this was amazing for us, actually, because it showed us that technology allows us to share culture with people with no physical or financial barriers. We were having tours where people were tuning in from 6 different continents, where they were able to engage with a culture that's completely different to their own. And I was getting messages from people on Facebook and Instagram who were saying, you know, I've never had the financial means to travel to Prague or learn about this history, but I'm so excited that I was able to see it there. And this is during a time where everyone's locked in their own homes. We did yoga classes in historic spaces as well, which was also quite interesting. But I think from this, actually, we've had the opportunity to engage with people in a whole different way. And this is also something that we're seeing with a lot of museums. You see different VR experiences that are allowing people to enter a digital world so that you're not able to just experience different museums in different places, but also get a deeper understanding of what's there. Now, this is just the cusp or the very beginning of what I think can be done with VR. But what I think is interesting to explore here is a little bit more about the educational components behind this and how this can give us a deeper understanding of the arts. I wanted to start with the National Museum in Finland, and what you're seeing in front of you is a painting they have there of the opening of the Diet in 1863. If you imagine you go to a museum, you're a young child or you're a student, and you look at this painting, you're going to see a museum label there, and you don't have anything beyond that to really tell you about these things. Sometimes you'll have a very engaging guide who might tell you a little bit more, but thinking of a way to actually engage with these characters and make it exciting for people is what we should be thinking about. And what was cool is that they created a VR experience that allowed people to engage with different historical characters and work together with the museum institution to figure out how they can interact with one another, really bringing a painting to life. Now, I want to mention as well that I still think it's very important to see these physical works of art, and I still think there are things that need to be managed. But what we're looking at are ways of enhancing those experiences for people who were there. Another example in the Victoria and Albert Museum. Now, this isn't about art, this is about a novel. This was an exhibition that was created all around Alice in Wonderland. And this is a book that has engaged with people in a very special way. It leads to people opening their imagination, trying to really engage with something that's quite complicated conceptually to actually understand. And VR is kind of a very interesting way to sort of go deeper into a novel, to bring a book to life. And this can be done with musical pieces as well, understanding going into someone's workshop. The Verdi House, for instance, in Italy, has created an augmented reality experience where you can hold up an iPad and actually see them working in these spaces. And the Louvre. This is an example of Mona Lisa behind the glass. And this is an example of a way to engage with art that may be inaccessible to people. I can't stand going to the Louvre to see the Mona Lisa. It is one of the worst experiences, I think, for people who are typically coming there. It is the most visited museum in the world, and this is the most visited painting that is ever seen in the world. And what I liked about this experience, at least, was you didn't have to visit the Louvre Museum to actually engage with this piece. There were ways where they were completely rethinking how Da Vinci was creating this piece, what was the environment that the sitter may have been in, despite it being an imaginary landscape as well. And it used technology like infrared and X-ray imaging to actually figure out what would be taking place. But what you'll notice with all of these experiences is there's some key elements missing, I think. And if you look at the interviews with all of these different people at these cultural institutions, they'll all say, VR is a wonderful thing, but we need to be careful not to go too much into it because it'll take away from the real experience of actually seeing it. And this is, I think the reason museums are scared of entering VR is because they think it'll mean that they're no longer relevant or that people won't actually want to visit their museums in the future. And there is value in actually seeing the physical works of art. Don't get me wrong, I completely agree. But I think this mentality is preventing further explorations of technology that already exists. And it's really funny because I look at all these things that you're showing me today, and while these are interesting experiments from an educational perspective, and it's a way of engaging with people, there's so many different ways that we can go further to engage with this. And I wanted to bring up probably the coolest example, in my opinion, of a VR experience that we've seen, which is the Kremer Museum. And this museum does not exist in the physical world. It only exists in the metaverse. And it's part of a collection that belongs, it's run by a nonprofit, but it's the Kremer family that has put together a collection of 74 different Flemish and Dutch old masters. And they use photogrammetry to actually photograph all the pieces in the collection, consisting of somewhere between 250 and 300 photos 350 photos per image that you see in this collection. And the viewing experience has become better than what the physical eye can see in the real world to see some of these images. We can zoom in even closer. We can see the backs of the paintings where you see the stickers of where these things have traveled over time, where you can see the provenance history behind the pieces in the collection. And furthermore, this museum, despite being in the metaverse and despite this collection existing, it's spread out all over the world. All these paintings aren't in the same cellar or the same space. They're all in completely different locations. They're in different museums where they've been loaned temporarily. They're in the collection privately of this person. And this is showing an example of how we can completely transform the way we experience our museums, ways we can interact with other collections. And this is what actually kind of brought us into the NFT space a little. I just wanted to show the lighting in these spaces. This is the thing that a lot of people refer to, actually, when they talk about the importance of seeing works of art in person. A lot of these things can actually be replicated even better in a virtual environment than in the physical world. But you can have an even heightened sensory experience that you wouldn't be able to have in the physical world. But this is where I see a lot of frontiers for cultural institutions in the Web3 and VR space. Firstly, we were talking a little bit earlier, Artur was mentioning our own entry into the NFT space, and I'm not going to talk about the financials of NFTs because I think we've all heard about Beeple enough and all of these experiences. It's not just about, NFTs aren't just about selling works of art for large sums of money, although this is an excellent financial instrument to support cultural institutions. And I will add that in this event that we had this past month, actually, we were able to raise money to restore 34 different works of art across our collection with the sale of NFTs. Thank you. But what's interesting is that those works of art weren't just copying and pasting or copying scan and ship model where you're just trying to copy works of art and then put them up and sell them. But we're trying to think about ways where you can create physical experiences that you can't have in the physical world. Looking at ways where you can actually show things that you can't actually see in the physical world. So that's kind of what was exciting to us about those NFTs. But then, secondly, we're also interested in the benefits of NFTs beyond the financial reasons. We have ease of movement of these pieces. You saw at the Kramer Museum as well that I showed as a use case, the ability for art to move around the world in a matter of seconds is incredibly important. When we loan a painting to another cultural institution, the amount of bureaucracy that goes into it is crazy. You have to ask permission from a centralized authority, which is the Ministry of Culture here in this country, before you loan that actual piece. You have to insure the piece for travel. Very often you have to actually have armed guards that travel with these works of art. We recently loaned our Bruegel to the Kunsthistorisches Museum in Vienna, and there were 2 cars that were operating in like a whole security procedure just to get it from Prague to Vienna. The second thing that I think is quite interesting about this NFT space is the community building. The idea that people can get excited about different collections. When people talk to me about, from the art world who criticize me about NFTs and say, oh, what are these crypto punks? What I always come back about is a sense of community that's being created around them. An idea that people are able to interact with one another based off of different characteristics. But imagine if that could be done with works of art as well. Imagine if you could get people getting excited about different pieces of music where they can analyze parts of them as NFTs. You could get people excited about the different works of art. And when I'm looking at this screen right here, it's amazing that we're able to interact with a whole different community who are now listening to me in the metaverse right now and engaging and having a new way to do that too. Another reason as well is provenance accuracy. When I was showing you those images earlier, the only reason we were able to get our works of art back were because of provenance. And luckily, because every time the Nazis or the communists took something away from us, we got a receipt, and making it basically official. And this lineage of provenance history is so important, not only to create transparency about where things were over time, but also for the art world. The art world, which I've worked in for a while now, is an incredibly shady place sometimes too. And many of the pieces that you actually see that are being put up for auction are on display. You have a very mixed understanding of what actually is where these things have come from and what their actual history is. So I think another reason I'm excited by that is also the provenance history, but also new viewing experiences, new ways of actually being able to transfer these assets and show them in different galleries and works. And one of the reasons I actually got excited about Somnium and Artur initially was because he was able to take me to his gallery and show me his different works of art, and I was just freaking out like a kid in a candy store the entire time, thinking, how is this possible that I'm able to see this? My viewing experience is completely transformed. Creating a 3D model of a work of art, just it changes your ability to do things is also completely different. When we look at like the Kremer Museum as well, we aren't dealing with gravity anymore. We no longer have to deal with physics. We are able to get people to get engaged with things in a way that's not even possible in the physical world, which is quite exciting. And then the other idea, which was quite exciting, was that the NFTs that we developed were actually able to be viewed in the Metaverse. And here's an example of an NFT that we auctioned on Super Rare. It's called Forgotten Minuet, and it was written by one of my ancestors, Anna Wilhelmina von Altan, who was the wife of the fourth prince. And what was quite exciting about this piece in particular is that we took a work of art and a piece of music that hadn't been heard in over 250 years. And my ancestor wasn't recognized for her musical abilities by virtue of being a woman. And what I liked about the piece in itself is that we were able to take the times that we live in to think in a more modern way about what are the ways we should actually be acting and how we should really be respecting these different people. And we're able to acknowledge her as a person. And what I love is that not only is her music now being heard for the first time in the history, this virgin material after 250 years, but it's also now living in the metaverse where anyone can come and visit this plot and see this and engage. It's incredibly exciting. And I wonder what she would be saying if she could think about this theoretically. But I think it's what's exciting is it's a completely different piece. It's a mixed media piece, and it's animated as well, so that people feel like they're actually engaging with it. So what's next? I could have talked a lot more about NFTs because this is more of the space we've been exploring. But I thought I really wanted to touch a little bit more upon VR and Web3 as kind of an idea, because I think the thing that museums haven't experienced, or cultural institutions or art institutions yet, is thinking about what this can mean from a collaborative standpoint. And I keep coming back to community because it's so important. When I think about myself as a next generation, my family, thinking about how we can take a collection that's existed for 700 years and have it exist for another 700 more, I'm consistently thinking about how do we push barriers to get people excited about the arts again. Because I think when I look at the museums and the people who walk through our spaces, we have a much older audience. When I look at the patrons who actually support our collections, they're in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. And I think it's important that we get people excited about the arts again. And it's not like we are hurting the art in any way. I think we just need to create different ways for people to engage with it. And over history, art has transformed. People have engaged with it in different ways. This isn't anything new. And I think while there's an old tradition and an old way of actually having these experiences of enjoying art in IRL, I think there are new frontiers which will actually allow people to get excited not just at a younger age, but also allow these institutions to keep going. So the first thing is the collaborative shared experiences. The idea of people being able to enter an art gallery together with someone else across the world. One of my favorite things to do before COVID was actually to travel around the world, go to an art museum and engage with people. And with the tech that's existing already, there are ways of doing this where you're still having a very similar experience. In fact, those sensory experiences might also be better. I think the technology right now sometimes can be financially debilitating to some people, and there are still developments that are being made until people get to that level. But the idea of being able to walk into a space and engage with someone else is very exciting to me. Borderless accessibility to the arts. Museums are consistently trying to find ways to engage with people who are blind, deaf, handicapped in some physical manner as well. And this is a new frontier for them to actually share their collections with people who might not have the abilities to do so as well. And I'm already seeing some really great examples of ways people are actually able to visit cultural monuments that are being used using VR. And this is being done, there have been amazing studies that have actually been done with senior homes where VR sets are actually being brought in so that people can just have kind of a Google Maps street view version of visiting a castle. It's very, very introductory in terms of the tech, but it's actually allowing people who have Alzheimer's, people who have trouble just sort of understanding where they are in the world, try to have wonderful experiences where they're able to engage again. And imagine getting someone who is unable physically to climb up the stairs of the castle, having the opportunity to see a work of art, which they absolutely deserve to do. Curation collaborations. I think with the Kremer Museum, again, when I was showing that before, what's exciting to me is the idea of museums being able to work a little bit more with one another. Consistently, there are battles between them to try to get the most visitorship physically in all these different spaces. And I think if you can create these curation things, you can bring together collections that were formerly together. We have a painting in our collection by Peter Bruegel the Elder, which is a part of a series of 6 paintings that exist. 3 are at the Kunsthistorisches Museum, 1 is at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and 1 is lost and nobody knows where it is. But we know that when these paintings were originally made, they were actually in the house of a merchantman who was living in Amsterdam. And if we could recreate that setting, so we can see what the original intentions of the artists were when they had those pieces, to see how we thought about seeing those things, that could be quite exciting. And lastly, and one thing that's incredibly exciting to me are just the educational initiatives that can be created around this. While many parents and teachers, I think, are trying to get people to get off of their screens or not be spending time playing games or doing these things, I think the approach is wrong. Instead of actually trying to say, no, we shouldn't experience this, we should be looking at books, we should be doing this the classic way, I think we should be thinking about how do we enhance those experiences so that we create a more thorough educational experience for students. I had an experience going as well into a Somnium space that actually it was a planetarium where I was actually able to understand space a little bit better. But imagine walking into these spaces and actually being able to engage with those arts and talk with different characters. It's not about trying to create barriers against technological innovation because it's new, but you embrace it and make it exciting for people. You get a child not to be excited about maybe playing a game that'll be extremely violent. You get them excited about creating a way to actually learn about historic weapons that might be in that space, or the political dealings that were happening historically in society. Bring education into this gaming, bring education into the technology, and you'll find that students will actually end up learning a lot more, I think. It'll be easier for them to understand and to engage with them. So my main message really is not to fear. With our own exploration into Web3 and the blockchain space and also in VR, which we're still working on doing, we're really trying to make sure that we engage with people who are thinking about ways of pushing the frontiers of this technology, not just falling into a fad, but thinking about how we can build in a really sustainable way that's really going to create our future. Because our mission as a family and as an institution, as a cultural institution, is to really share the past so that we can create the future. So I look forward to working with all of you in the future, hopefully, and thank you so much for inviting me today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you, and thank you for the amazing presentation. And I think we'll do some great stuff in VR. And
I'm excited for it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. William Lobkowicz, everyone.
Thank you.
So right now, we have finished a second part of our live stream and our presentations. We're coming to a third part, which is more community-driven, development-driven, let's say, about the dev things and diving deep into the development, how to build worlds. Right now, we'll have 15 minutes break. So grab some food, talk to each other, and in 15 minutes, we'll be back with Marc, Demar, and Somnium Times. So be on time, back. See you.
Where it all
All right, everyone, get back to your seats, and in VR, get back to VR, to the screen. Thank you for staying with us. We have very exciting parts still to come, and I think there is it's more community-driven part of the presentations, more of a community effort and development side of things. But for the community effort, there is no better person to start this segment of presentations than Marc Demar. He is the founder of Somnium Times. These are community-driven, native Somnium newspaper, digital newspaper, which has been founded a long time ago. And he has been, and his team, he has been developing some amazing things. And of course, the best place to read about the news from Somnium Space is maybe not even our Twitter. It's definitely Somnium Times. So I want to introduce Marc Demar from Somnium Times, and you will listen to his story. Woo!
Thanks, Artur. Yeah, great. In bright orange, as you can see, crazy Nicci forced me to wear that. She had this amazing performance at the beginning. And I think it makes sense because I'm Dutch citizen and we think that orange is absolutely the most amazing color. So that makes perfect sense. First of all, I want to say, Artur, I'm really excited to be here, and we've had some amazing presentations already. So thank you for that opportunity. Let's dive into it. So Somnium Times. Before diving into that, I want to talk a little bit about our motto, which is Ego Confido in Somnis. I don't speak Latin. I had to Google that, obviously. But it's Latin for "in dreams we trust." And how do you measure the success of a platform like Somnium Space? And you can take the technical angle, and of course you look at logins, and you look at signups, and you look at transaction volumes, and Artur has been showing some of that, and that's of course very, very important. But I think that the true measure of success is when people start living their dreams in Somnium Space. They reinvent themselves, they get inspired, form friendships. And that's what I wanted to say. I really wanted to start with that. I have been seeing that from the very beginning around me. And that's an amazing achievement of Somnium Space. And that's where the true value of Somnium Space comes in. So yeah. If you're not really familiar with the Somnium Times, you could say it's a website, but I would really like to refer to it more as a Metaverse news agency. We were born in the Metaverse, or born in Somnium Space, and we exist by virtue of Somnium Space, you could say. It's not our only channel, but from pretty humble beginnings, we have grown quite a bit. And people find us, and they discover Somnium Space through us. And not only that, they discover the community also. And I think that's a very important part, because community brings everything to life. Here you see an example of a front page, and you see actually Artific here, walking around in one of his worlds. Artific is here as well. And Artific is a very active member of the community. He's done some amazing things with his company Oasis Metagames. And done also with his art and coffee concept, so that has been around for quite some time. This is of course not about Artific. I just want to illustrate how important community is, and that in the Somnium Times we want to showcase Somnium Space. We want to showcase what the platform can do and all the features, but equally we want to showcase the community and what's going on. And that's increasing a lot. There's so many things going on, and we are doing our best to keep up with that, which is not easy. So what I want to talk a little bit about is you could say the journey or the journeys from the early days to where we are now and where we are heading to in the future. And I think that, as it says there, or should we say roller coaster ride, because it really feels like a roller coaster ride ever since the beginning. And I mean that in the most positive way, in the most positive sense. Because the evolution has been amazing that I've experienced, and so many updates coming out again and again and again. And every time you think you figured it out, now you're on top of Somnium Space and you know how it works, then Artur drops a bomb on Discord saying, hey guys, now you can fly, or you can use your kayak on the lake, or you can race your car, or you can buy assets on Solana, or you can wear your Teslasuit and feel the rain. So there is a relentless stream, a constant stream of updates and new features being released, and there is a relentless stream of initiatives by the community. On this particular slide, you can see my avatar. Not that that's not that important, but you could see me there, very proud. It was my default avatar there. Hey, also in orange, you see that. And posing in front of Deep Oasis, like one of my first pictures, and I was so amazed, and I was so proud to be there. And then I experimented with finger tracking. I don't know if you can see it, but it was like doing something like this. I just don't remember how I did it. So that information is lost forever, that knowledge, and that's probably for the better. I morphed into an Englishman with a biomechatronic eye, and then settled actually for that guy with the red hair and the tie and the blue shirt, which is from Ready Player Me. Very easy. It's not the most advanced avatar out there, but what is amazing is that I really have started to identify with that guy. And this is this thing about identity, I think, and that's what Somnium Space can do as well, is that it's not that you leave yourself behind in the physical world, but you get some sort of new identity and you reinvent yourself and you start assuming different roles. And I think that everyone in Somnium Space can confirm that. And I think that's also a very powerful thing, is that Somnium Space is this platform where you can reinvent yourself and you can do amazing things and you can get inspired. So yeah, I've grown quite attached to that avatar, so I will keep being that guy, editor of the Somnium Times, and maybe eventually I will be like a robot like that. I think it's Artific again, if I'm not mistaken, in one of his worlds. Again, it's not so much about my personal journey, of course, but I do want to talk a little bit about this. One thing that I've always been fascinated by are platforms rather than games. I've done a lot of games. I love games, and I've done a lot of gaming. And games are for entertainment, which is great, but also games are restricting you in a way. And what I really was looking for is some open-ended platforms that, on which I could unleash my creativity. And that brought me to Second Life. I think we're talking probably 2006 or 2007. Stuck around for a few years, and then we have to go fast forward a bit, a number of years, and that brought me past Decentraland, and I put it there. Sorry, Artur.
Apology granted.
Awesome. Awesome. That's why I'm here. That's what I wanted to hear, Artur. And just a brief period. And then I discovered Somnium Space. And for me, when I saw Somnium Space and discovered Somnium Space, I knew that this is the place that I had been looking for. And there's a couple of reasons for that. And one is definitely the VR first and the relentless focus, you could say, on the quality of immersion. That's like, I've always been interested in spatial computing, and then when I saw that and understood that vision, that part of the vision, I thought, this is amazing, and I need to be here. And after that, it has basically been in a straight line up. I draw it up there. That's how I see it, at least. Started the Somnium Times pretty soon after I joined Somnium Space. That's, I think, about 2 years ago now. And have been focusing mainly on that. Not only, but most of my time I've spent on the Somnium Times. And but I get distracted very easily, because if people make NFTs like that, and we have the real Cyberpunk 88 here, and we have Natural Warp here as well, the creators of V-Rays, when they create cars like that, I have to have it, which is in a way good, but it's also bad. And Artur, you know everything about that, because you keep spending. And I have a tendency to do that as well, and I really have to. Natural Warp just asked me, like, have you bought the avatar already? And so I'm trying not to, right? And I've done some art, been involved in some art projects as well, and scenes of Somnium. And this is an example. I can't do that. I have a good friend of mine, and he is very, very talented. And I commissioned some art. And this particular piece, I think, Artur, you own it. And it's called the Dream Maker. Right? And I thought that was a really appropriate name, because this is this Somnium space, this dream space. So that's amazing. Another thing to tie it all together, I think, is the fact that I got really interested in some stage in blockchain technology and started familiarizing myself with the whole crypto space. And funny enough, I started building a mining computer that produced so much heat that it could heat our apartment in the winter. But it made a lot of noise as well. I wasn't that popular at home. But it was interesting, and I learned a lot about decentralization, about crypto and everything. And it brought me to learning about different protocols, and I started a bit later learning about DeFi protocols, etc. And that also meant that I immediately understood that when I saw Somnium Space, how important, how crucial it was that it was built on the blockchain, that it is built on the blockchain. Segregation, Artur mentioned it as well, but segregation of asset ownership from the platform. Because I had some not so good experiences on Second Life, like lost inventories and stuff like that. Stuff is gone, and that won't happen. And so that was very important for me as well. And I also could see all the potential use. No, I couldn't see all the potential use cases, but I understood like how much potential there was. And so this whole thing about utility. So these are the three main pillars, I would say. It's the VR first immersion built on blockchain and utility that did it for me, still do it for me. But of course, this is more about the Somnium Times. So let's talk a little bit about that journey. We started, like, I think that was the official launch date as well, 20 February in 2020. We started with, pretty humble beginnings, just a few articles and a few visitors. And if we go to the right, you can see that we've grown quite a bit. And I'm mostly proud of the team that we have. We have Ian, we have Oli, we have Ultralord, we have Sessions, and Nora, Blake, and myself. And what is so amazing is that these are people, or creative people in their own right. It's not that they are like, it's only Somnium Times. They launch initiatives. They are reinventing themselves as we speak, launch projects, get inspired. And I'm just so proud that they also have time and find time to be on the team and enjoy creating content for others to read and to watch. They write articles, they create in-world videos, and that's just amazing. I'm really proud to have them on the team. In terms of, you could say, numbers, then, yeah, I think 270 plus articles right now. We are growing our following on Twitter, we've grown our following on YouTube, but you could say that roughly, you could say that it's like a 10x increase since the beginning. Now you can discuss whether that's impressive or not, but that's not so important for me actually right now. I feel that we've gone 1,000,000x in enthusiasm, in determination and conviction that this is really what we want to do and this is where we want to be. And I think that's the perfect foundation for keep building. There are amazing things are happening in Somnium Space, and yeah, and that's, for me, that's the 1,000,000x there. Now there have been a few key moments along the way, because if you want to support a team like that or have a team like that, one thing I wanted to say is that team members are being paid for their contributions, and we all do that with Somnium Cubes. I think it's a perfect use case, you could say, for using the Somnium Cubes. But there have been a few things along the way. At some point we launched the VIP cards, NFT cards. By purchasing those, people could get access to promotions, ads on the website, articles on the website, etc. And that was quite successful, and that of course gave us the funds to expand the team. Artur also mentioned that, and we've seen that, and I'm very excited also for the new year. But we did pitch our project, or our initiative, Talented Writers Fund. I think it was back in July or June, for the first Somnium Creators Fund. And we got funded, and that has meant a lot as well. So you could say that these are some key moments, key successes that gave us the funds, so we could expand. And I didn't use all the money to build that amazing headquarters that we have in Somnium Space now. Really proud of that building. It's multifunctional. It has a lot of space. It has studios. It has a green screen, etc. So that will be, for us, that's a perfect base also to keep expanding. Now it's interesting to talk about where we came from and where we are now, but I think it's even more interesting, like where do we go from here? And when I made this slide, I really wanted to think a little bit about, but what exactly is it that we are doing? What is our business, right? What is it we want in some sort of mission statement? So, and what I came up with, and I really think that's true, is that we want to be the window through which people see themselves in a new and inspiring light. I want it to be the Somnium Times to continue and to be that window that people, when they see it and they read the stories about the community and they see what the community achieves, that they start reflecting and realize that they can do something like that as well, right? So they can reinvent themselves already and see themselves in different roles by reading our stories and watching the videos, etc. Now, you could say that purely in generic terms, it just means people, talent, we need talent, we need quality content, we need to promote that content, and monetization will be important as well, because we want to turn this, to a large extent it already is, but we need to make sure that this is a self-sustaining operation, right? Inside Somnium Space. More specifically, I would say it's about, very important, we will need to increase our budget. We already use a fair amount, but we will need to increase that, because the thing is that Somnium Space doesn't stop I just talked about the relentless stream of features, and that will continue. I'm absolutely convinced. The community will expand. The community will launch a lot of amazing initiatives, and we don't want to fall behind in a way, right? To keep covering that and to make sure that the world keeps reading about all the amazing things that are going on, we need to increase budget. And we will create new shows, vlogs, and podcasts. We already do that. We have Oli, for example. See an example here. She does a weekly vlog, which is amazing because she highlights all the amazing things that are going on and credits all the right people. And we have Blake Hotz, for example, also doing a weekly show, and we will continue doing that. We will just increase the frequency, and we will just expand on that, and eventually we want to do live shows as well. And of course, we keep focusing on the channels and keep expanding those, like the classic social media. We will keep working on that. Now, I also would like to think even further, because I think the Somnium, like the website and all the social media and stuff like that will always be important, because I just talked about this mission statement about, you could say, being that window through which people can see themselves in a new light and an inspiring light. So that's extremely important. But I think that if we look a bit further ahead, then at some point in time, thousands of people will be in Somnium Space at the same time, right? That's where we are going, that humanity projects itself further and further into the digital realm, and at some stage we will have a situation where thousands of people will roam Somnium Space. And to create news for them as well, and to create news and live shows that are consumed directly inside Somnium Space. And that is, I think, when we truly can call ourselves a Metaverse news agency. We create news for those that are inside Somnium Space, while also maintaining, of course, the windows, right? So people can look inside. That was it, but I do have one more. This is the very first screenshot I took. I bought a parcel at the very beginning, initial land offering it was, I believe, and I walked over. I didn't have a VR headset, but I could go in with a 2D client, and I walked and I walked and I walked. And I was here. This was my first screenshot, and I remember how proud I was. I realized, like, people would, when I told people about it, colleagues, this is like, what are you doing, right? I understood that this would trigger something. And it's amazing to be here and now say, okay, we have the Somnium Times, and we continue, the Somnium Times keep expanding, and this is where it all started. So, amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. It's an amazing presentation. I remember that version of the client. I think some guys from our dev team remember that too. Those are some metrics we wanted to have to see if you have a problem, you just send us a screenshot and we see some metrics whether it behaved well or not. All right, thank you, Mark. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. You became a great friend and reliable source of information from Somnium Space, that's for sure. All right. The next speaker was mentioned several times in this presentation. I don't know if you agreed, guys, or something, but maybe. But he is actually not that old or long time in Somnium Space, but he entered like a storm. Okay, he came in and he started doing things. I remember when you bought a parcel, and I remember you were writing on Discord something like, "I just bought a parcel. It's either the most craziest and stupid thing I did in my life, or it's the most amazing thing I did in my life." I guess he knows the answer already. Maybe he'll tell us. But here is no other than Artific. Whoop!
Hi, everybody. Oh, so cool. So many cool presentations. Thank you. So many cool presentations. Well, it will be really hard to follow all of that. So many cool stuff from both hardware, software, noble family talking about the culture and some of these incredible things, how to transcend the art and transcend the culture, and then the future of the media that was created in Somnium Space, and is just part of all of our lives, and yeah, just amazing. Blows my mind, not just once, multiple times. I think a lot of us that are in Somnium Space for some time get used to getting our minds blown sort of like every day. But now it seems that it's happening multiple times a day. So yeah, our minds are in sort of this state of permanent flux, not able to actually sort of coalesce together. So yeah, that's absolutely amazing. The answer to the question to buying that first parcel is, well, 100% the best call I made. I actually, when I joined Somnium, I actually joined sort of like undercover, because I learned about NFTs. I learned soon after that I have no idea how the pricing and everything works. Well, it sort of gets worse, but I learned also about different, well, quote-unquote metaverses. I did a lot of research, and I ended up in Somnium. And yeah, that was a good call. I was maybe a little bit lucky there first, because I didn't get all the possibilities. I actually spent a couple of weeks just sort of wandering in 2D, discovering different locations, scouting the area, and seeing what I could maybe buy, which places I like, which places maybe like close to the forest and so on. I was avoiding people because I didn't know if my mic is actually working and so on. So it was all like very scary for me. But then I joined the community. I learned that actually the meetups are not so serious talks. I always thought that these like dev meetups is like the place where the developers come and they discuss all the serious stuff, and when I first actually joined the meetups, and we were shooting the annihilator gun and doing all sorts of crazy stuff, hugging people, well, it was very welcoming, and I was sort of maybe a little bit regretting that I was hiding from people for such a long time. And then I actually spent a lot of time going back from like 2D to the web, and I was doing a lot of events for Art and Coffee Gallery, my project that I created, I brought different artists in and helped them to create the exhibition, invited them to the gallery, invited some people, we were streaming it. And I was talking to artists about art. I had no idea how to do that, but I was always open about it. So I was telling people, okay, I know nothing about art, but maybe it will be interesting talk for you, because I will be asking the stupid questions, and you might get some interesting answers, and you don't need to ask those questions. So I don't know if it was a good concept or not, but I brought people in, and artists always appreciated it, because I tried to be very welcoming, similar as the community was when I joined. So yeah, that was interesting, but I completely missed the point about Somnium, because Somnium Web is really cool, but the real thing is not in web or in 2D, but it's in the VR. And the most funny thing is that I actually had the headset when I joined, but like my PC was, I had like 1070, which is not so bad, but I was getting a little bit motion sick and so on, so I actually didn't use it or used Somnium to full extension. But then when I got a little bit better hardware and I really started to exploring, it opened up the world of possibilities. And I think that's similar for a lot of people like that. And actually, like the interesting thing here, so everyone knows me about Artific, aka, well, Jaroslav Holý is like, who the hell is that? So yeah, that's me. But the thing is that actually, like right now, I'm sort of like missing a lot of, like missing this guy over here, you know, or that other guy over there. My avatars, actually, this one is combined with a lot of special effects. I'm really missing those effects here. So yeah, I would like to do like this and do something. I can't do that here. So yeah, the virtual reality is already giving us a lot that we don't have in this real life. And it's similar as what William was talking about with art, and it's already here, and I can feel it. So yeah, that's a really interesting thing for maybe you to consider or to start thinking about. And yeah, then when Worlds came, I was really looking forward to it. And originally, I was underestimating it, and maybe you are as well. So I would like to think you to think about it a little bit more. So originally, I was thinking, okay, like parcels, there's just 5,000 parcels, so they are scarce. There will never be more parcels. There's this persistent reality world. And I really understand that. And there will be probably in the future a lot of people, a lot of traffic. I can monetize it. I can use it for a lot of different ways. And worlds, yeah, there's not many of them, but they are technically not limited. So I guess that their price will go maybe a little bit later, a little bit lower. So I was not focusing on it too much. Yeah, so I was totally wrong about that. Yeah, but I was again lucky. Yeah, so it's better to be lucky than good, and yeah, it works for me very well, especially in this period in Somnium. So I had a talk with Artur in the real life. We were talking about a lot of things, and we were talking about worlds as well. And he opened my eyes a little bit, still not to the full extent, but I actually, by that time, well, similar as Marc was a little bit in the central end, I actually originally thought that maybe like sandbox is not so bad idea. Oh, sorry, Artur. But it actually worked out quite well for me, because then after the talk with Artur, and there was a little bit later, there was the sale, another land sale in summer, and I was able to sell all of my sandbox parcels and buy some worlds, which worked actually great. I got quite good pricing by then, because people couldn't see it, couldn't see the opportunity, and now it's start to becoming a reality. And what I did is when I started building the worlds, when we finally have the SDK ready and we can start experimenting with it, I thought it would be a good idea to just put it into some sort of brand or idea that I would be able to bring other people in as well, and it would be easier to communicate. So I created Oasis metagames, and sort of kind of cool thing is that if you look at OMG, so I just wanted to be doing what Somnium is already doing, and blowing everyone's minds when they see the worlds that we create, and see maybe the effects on the avatars or the avatars that we create. So that was the idea about it. Okay, so that was a really long start about me, and now let's talk about the really cool stuff, and that's Somnium Worlds. So Somnium Worlds are fully programmable, customizable, independent instances created using Somnium Unity SDK and Bolt visual scripting. So what all of this technical talk means that, well, sort of, you can do whatever you like. There are some limitations, but as we actually every day discover new and new things, the limitations actually seems to be just about our knowledge, not about the technology so much. So like one day we think, okay, it would be cool if Somnium team actually implemented this feature, because there's no way we can do it. And the next day is, okay, like maybe we could do it like this, and it's actually working. So it's like, actually really questions where those boundaries are, and as you will see the presentation of my friend a little bit later, you will see that even the space and the limitations in megabytes may be not so limiting as we thought originally. So yeah, that's really cool. And actually, if you look at what all of the presentation that you've seen to this moment, for me, Somnium worlds are actually the thing that you can do with all of that cool tech. So maybe just think about it, because yeah, okay, there are some gloves from the future, some really cool ideas about advertisement that could actually maybe be not bothering us. So well, that's a revolutionary idea, and maybe we would be able to experience art in the way that we can't even in the actual gallery. And the way how we would do that would be through something like Somnium Worlds. And it could be through your creation. Okay, so, well, technically, Somnium Worlds, currently we are in alpha version. So that's an important thing to know, because some people misunderstand this. Yeah, so just, it was released. It's not even beta, it's alpha version. So we are missing some things. But I believe that this is the opportunity for true pioneers to build the digital frontier using the cutting-edge technology. Even just one of the first worlds that I was able to create, which was just a very simple procedurally generated city with 1,000 skyscrapers that took 40 megabytes of space. I uploaded it, and it was working smoothly for everyone that was there. It's how? If you compare it with some other technologies that are out there, it's like you get some small worlds, and if it gets a little bit bigger, then it's already starting to get laggy and stuff. But suddenly you can do this, and it was just a first test about can I do it or can I? And now just we are pushing the boundaries and trying more and more things. And for example, this picture, with that big robot. I got Metaverse. He created this cool video where he was playing on cello live in VR. And he did it in this forest, and there was some comment from some guy that we are stealing World of Warcraft assets. And I was like, well, what the hell? This is, first of all, this looks better than World of Warcraft by a number of magnitudes. And second of all, yeah, what I did is I bought assets from Unity Asset Store, so I have all the licenses, I deployed it, and this is just a test. And it's already looking like a AAA game. So where are the possibilities, And yeah, but back to the limitation. Yeah. So still, even if we are able to do all of this, and this part in the reactor of Zeppelin, in another of the worlds, that was epic party, there are still things missing. For example, we're currently working on the documentation, some tutorials for people, but at the same time, yeah, we don't have a lot of things. But we have the platform, and we have the way to create all of these things and much, much more. So if you need every convenience to be able to develop, that's fine. You can beg. But if you want to be the pioneer that actually have no competition, because even if you come and you start developing worlds, that's just there's not so many worlds, first of all, and second, so many people that are actually developing them. So you have no competition. You're just working and creating. So that's pretty cool. There's not many endeavors and projects that you can do in your life where you don't need to worry about competition, and you can just worry about creating cool stuff. So that's an idea. Cool. So, yeah, I need to speed it up a little bit. So, what we will do, we will explore features that were already developed and tested, so you get a little bit idea what we already did successfully, or me and Demar and some other creators, how to build a world, some tips and tricks, And yeah, the last one we will not do because the internet is not so strong here. Cool. Features that were already developed. So you can use this as sort of idea about building blocks that someone already created. Some are for sale, some not. But if I created it and my experience in Unity, or my experience in building games, is that like when I was 15, I created some levels for Duke Nukem 3D. And that was it. And then when I joined Somnium a couple of months ago, I started learning Unity. So yeah, if I can do it, I'm sure you can do it as well. Cool. So features, UI interactions. You can create buttons, you can click them. There are different functionalities, of course, for 2D and VR. So you need to handle that. But we have all the functionalities. And actually, Demar successfully created a universal button that you can interact with in VR and in 2D, and he's planning to sell it as a component. Or I think maybe he's giving it away. I'm not sure, but that will be available. Second, multiplayer synchronization. So we can use the PAN plugin, which allows you to synchronize different elements of the game, variables, instantly changed objects, and rigid bodies. So you can use it to make sure that people are seeing the same thing in the world. Because like in standard, how it works, that everyone has their own instance, so like static things are the same, but if I have the creature there, and I come there, and I try to kill it, and the creature tries to kill me back, so for my friend that will be standing next, he will not see this going on. So you need to make that happen, but you can use these plugins to make it happen. Then also what I did, I created weapons for melee and shooting. It's actually not so much different in normal Unity. You just need to use bolt instead of C#, which like in this, it may be a little bit tedious, but yeah, it's completely doable. You can see it here with ever exist on this picture. I have no idea how he took it because the bullet is actually super fast. You can see it that he was able to capture it with the effect. So, well, good job. Yeah, but you can see totally doable, controlled. This is in VR, controlled by normally your controller. Animated enemies controlled by AI. Yeah, so you can use nav mesh. You just bake the map, and you can create different state machines to control if the creature is just wandering and patrolling, and if you come closer, the script will switch and starts to hunt you. If you get too far, it will disengage, and if you get too close, it's going to starting to kill you. So that's actually what I created just recently. Again, there's not much difference in how to do it in Somnium compared to other engines. You just need to sort of do it in both, which makes it a little bit harder because there's not many like bolt components in Unity asset stores. Yeah, you need to build those from scratch, but completely doable. Audio amplifications, that's something that Demar has created. He's selling it, I think, for $20 or something. Yeah, basically, it's a prefab. You drag and drop it into your scene when you want to have microphone like this. So when you make concert, the DJ would be heard all over the place. Super simple. Animation control, yeah, I was mentioning it in the animated enemies. So completely full control over animation states. Post-process, yeah, this one is really cool. You have access to all the effects. Maybe not all of them are actually so good idea to use in VR, but well, you can use them to create some, I don't know, psychedelic experiences if you want to like really play with the colors and space reflections and blurs, all sort of thing. You have access to everything. And teleportation, yeah, that's another thing that Demar created. not yet released, but he managed to successfully teleport player from one location to another. So that should give us access to be able to move the player using different logics. So these are the features that were developed in past, I think, like 1 or 2 months, or not one, like about 2 months since when Somnium was released by the community. There will be more shown a little bit later in another presentation. But already this gives you ideas what you can do already, or what we successfully did. There's much more that you can do, just we didn't do it. So I think like you can create some cool FPS games and a lot of other stuffs already just with components like this. World building 101. So yeah, how to build a world? Maybe you have a world and you want to develop it, and you want to do something cool in it. So this is actually an example of one of the worlds that was created by Snellstrip. Let me see. Oh yeah, he's over there in VR. Yeah, it was really. Congratulations, Teslasuit. Together with Metaverse, he was playing his cello in this experience in the Lost World. They're actually planning to create more worlds like this, and yeah, this is no scripting. It's just world, and honestly, it's really cool. And he actually managed to build it like even without testing in Somnium worlds. Like he sent me a world, could you test it if it is working? There's just few minor things that need to be adjusted to make it work. So, well, that's pretty impressive, both on Snellstrip and on how Somnium Space worlds work. So you don't need to do huge amounts of testing to actually make it work. Well, depends on how complex you want to go. But yeah, to create a world like this, you just model, texture, put it all somehow together, create light. You can do some post-processing, which absolutely can help the scene a lot. And then you can actually publish it. You don't need to create any interactive content, visual scripting, and some other cool stuff. You can just do that and have a huge world like this. This is actually quite big, with these giants that you can climb, and you can create audio-visual experience like we did with Blake and Ultraout and Metaverse Snellstrip, where we can bring people to journey. And you can, again, imagine how it could be connected to art and to provide people with this like transcendent cultural experience, where you would never be able to do that in the real life. It doesn't mean that like real life is that and we should live just in VR. It just means that there are things that we can do in the virtual reality, and we should be exploring them more. So this is already pretty cool. And then if you can script a little bit, you can actually start creating some interactive content. And it doesn't need to be, again, super complicated. It could be just like you come somewhere and something happens. You know, well, it could be some, well, I like particle effects, so it can be some particle effect, or it can be a character that's going to come to you, and when it's come to you, then it will say something to you. I don't know, you know, it could be just different things. Or it can be an animal that will just, when you get too close, it will run away from you to create this interesting experience, depending on the world you have. Or it can be like very complicated thing, like the FPS game, or even something more, depending on what you want to do. Tip and tricks. Okay, so some things that I learned. Well, first, let's stay a little bit on high level, and then let's go specific in the next slide. So first, well, focus on your strong suits. So I would, like, for example, me, I was doing a lot of sort of scripting in my data science and analytics jobs, so the Bolt is closer to me. I wasn't never working with Bolt and Unity, but still, some things are transferable. So when I want to build a world, I buy assets like models, textures, and so on, because that's not my strong suit. But if it's yours, then yeah, I showed you the world that has 0 scripting in it. So you can do that, and you can be quite successful with it. Well, team up with other people. So you can see a lot of people here in VR, and a lot of them are actually working in different worlds and parcels and events and experiences. Yeah. So yeah, just talk to them, and yeah, if you have good idea, and ideally you prove that you actually want to do something. Am I getting a little bit too long? Yeah, good. I just a little bit worried. Okay, then I'm sure that you will find someone to help you with your project. Then, well, I would say invest time into learning basics of Bolt. Maybe if you are not so strong in programming, you can do just a little bit. There are great creator streams on Sunday that Demar is doing. Absolutely recommend going there and listening to them, maybe going into the recordings on Somnium YouTube channel. To at least learn the basics, because in Bolt, the learning curve is like really slow, and then it gets like very steep suddenly. So if you want to do simple things, it's very simple in Bolt. If you want to do complicated things, then it gets like quite complex. But like enjoy the low start of the curve and learn the basics. You can do a lot with it. Cool. Well, what I would recommend everyone that wants to create anything in Somnium, be active in the community. It will help you so much, because there will, like, if you be in the community, you will start learning about the things that the community is interested in, and things that other people are doing, and you start seeing maybe some potential collaboration and synergies. And maybe you don't have any assets, you don't have parcel, you don't have a world, and you want to develop. But if you will be in that community, you will come to those meetings, events, well, I guarantee you that there will, sooner or later, you will find other people that would want to do something and have the assets, but maybe lack the skills or time to do that. So you can team up with them, and you can do it together. This is probably like the best advice that you can take from this whole presentation. Then what we have there, test often and share your work in progress with others. This is actually something that is very hard to get in other types of development. Like if you'll be, like, I never developed a game, but like you can't normally, like if you are developing a game, okay, I develop it, now I created this small component that's like actually like really boring, and okay, what are you going to do? Are you going to like publish it on Steam and get the feedback of people? It will be quite difficult to get the feedback. You will need to get some testers, and maybe it will be your friends and family, and well, I don't know, maybe they will not be so honest. So yeah, it's cool, I like it. But here, like, you can just, like, you want to create FPS games, okay, so it will maybe take you quite a while. But then first you can create just some opening scene. You can publish it, you can show it to people, and like just the opening scene could be like a really cool place where you can do a party, you can do business meetings with your colleagues. And you can do a lot of things in Somnium with just works in progress stuff. And you can test it with people, and people might find bugs there and places where they fall to the infinity, so you will be able to fix them. So yeah, this is really cool advantage that Somnium Space Worlds have, so use it. Then some practical tips and tricks. Yeah, this is a picture from Cyberpunk City. So you can see this is one of the games that you can already play in Somnium. It's first-person shooter. It's on parcel 377. And basically, if you come to the red cube that was on the previous, oh no. Well, whatever, there's a red cube, so you can go there, touch the trigger, and you get the gun, and these cubes starting fall from the sky. You can shoot them, you get the score, and it's a lot of fun. Music was created by Blake Hotz, so you can see it's over there. So you can see it's all coming together. I'm doing what I'm telling you to do, so yeah, it all makes sense. Yeah, so that's that, and some tips and tips. So What I would say is a great tip is buy and use some available assets that are compatible with the version of Unity that we have, and use what's already there. Okay, maybe you want to create your own custom stuff, your custom level with everything how you created it. Okay, but it will probably take you a long time to actually develop all that. So you can start with something simple that's already there, and then slowly change it. Just the idea. I would say keep it really simple. That's probably with everything in life a really good idea. Don't overcomplicate it. You can start with the big idea, but start with something small and use the fact that you can publish the work in progress, and it already can be great experience that that people use. Yeah, pay attention to light. Yeah, that's probably one of the most important things, especially when you use assets from Unity Asset Store that often don't have the light really good setup for the VR, or it's not really performing well. So yeah, one of the things, sort of the hacks that I'm using right now, it's probably not the best thing. Maybe in the next presentation we will have the better one. But I used at least like 2 real-time lights. Just the directional one with shadow, one without shadow against each other, and it already creates sort of nice lighting. You can get it fast, and you can improve it with some light probes and complicated stuff later. Use post-process to make your world pop. That's the post-process can make so much. Like you don't need to overdo it. Yeah, we did some tests with bloom. People say that you cannot do too much bloom. Well, we find the point that's already too much. But yeah, so you can test it yourself. But just a little bit color grading can do huge amount of things for your world. Yeah, then yeah, start with world without scripting. So I would really start with just the scene. Go there, invite people there, and already start building some traction for your future game, and add the scripting later. Yeah, enjoy it already in some scene. Also, what I'm doing is when I do some new features, I'm just in super simple scene, that's just floor and light, and then the feature that I'm developing, and then ideally you make it modular, so you can just drag and drop it into your scene. Just again, like thing to consider. Think outside the box, and if something doesn't work or is it too complicated, use something else or focus on the low-hanging fruit. And this is, I think, like really important, because you might start with an idea. Okay, I would like to create like sort of sci-fi, then it would be like strategy, it would be MMO, there would be like economy there, and people would be able to buy and collect NFTs and sell them over there. Okay, so you already have the project for like 2 years to develop for a team. So like maybe if I would start with some ideas that we were already able to create. So maybe like with this complicated setup, you can, I don't know, you can just first create some starting scene in like a spaceship. And then maybe you can create some characters that will be walking on the spaceship. I don't know. Just think like, okay, don't get stuck on some feature that's just maybe isn't possible, or we don't know how to do it. And then, you know, bug the developers. Okay, I really need this. I really need this. Okay, well, they have like 100 things that some other people really need as well. So it will be difficult. So just like find something that's already there. There's like so much possibility. So just don't get stuck on one thing, because yeah, it's just, you know, your progress. Yeah, so that's basically everything. So thank you for attention. Yeah, we will not do the second part. I made this first part actually a little bit longer, so you get to enjoy me. And yeah, I would like to say, so I created the Oasis metagames. Actually, I brought to board Ultralord and Blake that are helping me, and we are collaborating with a lot of people from the community. So I'm mentioning Snail Strips and Metaveo with their Lost World projects, Oli and Pax. There's like one secret project that we are working together, and yeah, with Artur, we are working on the Cyberpunk City and Genesis VR OMG Tron Club, and yeah, there will be so many other stuff. So yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. And yeah,
All
now
right.
I'm really missing the teleporting.
It's amazing. Thank you. I would add that you were absolutely right. The main part, which whatever he said, remember that, write down and do that. If you're interested in world creation or if you want to create in Somnium, I would add for myself, not a single person, not a single creator who came into Somnium independently on prices of worlds or parcels, whatever. If that person wanted to create or was a great creator and wanted to do something, you will always be able to do something, because talk to community, talk to the landowners. There will always be a person, including myself, who would lend you a parcel or who would lend you a world and let you do some testing. Of course, if you're an amazing creator, apply to Creators Fund starting from next year. As I said, we're growing there. So do things and you will be great. We'll be coming back soon. I'm watching the screen. Nevidím live stream, vidím. All right. Okay, I can see myself. It's great. It's amazing. Fancy stuff. So now we had, we went through the general keynote speeches. We went down to community-driven initiatives like Somnium Times, and then Artific did a deeper dive into the creation/development. Now get ready, and I don't want to hear you snoring, because now we're going even deeper into the development stuff, deeper into the code, and there's no better guy to do that than Morbeavus, who is overseeing the development in Somnium Space, and he will take you down the rabbit hole into the worlds and will show you mind-blowing stuff which you thought is not possible. Now we will know it's possible, and you should probably write it down and remember. So, Morb, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So, I have the hard task of following all of you, and I have the most boring presentation of everyone, because it's the most technical one. I mean, in the Somnium Space terms. So, a little bit, hello? Oh, right. Okay, self-plug. A little bit about me. I'm working with Somnium for 9 months as a contractor. I mainly specialize on performance and optimizing workflows, and basically anything that doesn't work as I would like it to work, we optimize it. So we can squeeze the last bit of milliseconds for you and add more and more features. And yeah, if I don't like something, optimize. So what you will learn today, I will tell you a little bit about how you can keep your world size small or smaller, because what we have seen so far is great, but it can be even bigger, and we can put even more stuff there if we put in a little bit more work. I mean, the content creators put in more work. And then I will show you a little bit how to optimize your world so it runs better, and you can have more people there and nobody has any lag or jitter or anything. And then the third part, I had prepared a live demo of some common use cases, but unfortunately we will have to skip that today. So let's start with our first problem, and that's we have a world, or an ID for a world. Let's say we want to create a huge MMORPG that's 3 by 3 kilometers of a world, but it doesn't fit in our little NFT world that is limited by 75 megabytes. So you can see a castle and a plane and something, and also right here that we are trying to upload something to the servers that is too big and it does not allow us to do it. So what do? I will tell you what do we do later, but first I will tell you what we actually used. These are the assets. The big castle kit, it's quite big. It has 1.5 gigabytes of data, something around 141 materials, 253 2K textures, and we basically used everything in this demo. So if you do the math, we can't fit it in 75 megabytes, even if we compress it to the maximum. Then we also use the Heroic Fantasy Creature Full Pack Volume 1. The QR codes are if you want to buy the pack. All the packs are on the sale right now for 50% till 24th, so go buy them. They're awesome, great. This whole package is around 7.7 gigabytes, and it has 172 materials and 369 2K textures, which, if we were to use it all, not even the biggest world would fit in this limit. So we will only use one NPC from this pack, but it's quite big anyway. It's 130 megabytes, so that would blow the whole budget of our 75 megabytes. So we have to keep it small, and the way we do it is that we basically have to download everything from an external source and not have it in our world from the beginning. So first thing, we can very easily download our sounds and textures, which we can just download with a direct link from anywhere. Like if you like some texture on Google and you get a direct download link for it, you can just download it, and I will show you a little later how. And then also, if you are a bit more tech savvy, you can create asset bundles and basically put anything there, like totally anything except for scripts, because they won't compile and won't run. But you can have behaviors, textures, even the whole scene can be there. So if you spend all the time, you could just have a world that's 2 megabytes and download everything later. So, unfortunately, I won't show you the live demo, but for this, you can just, for textures, you can use OneDrive. It's your biggest friend. I think every one of you has like 5 gigabytes minimum free storage from Microsoft, and you can put anything there, basically. So if you put there the textures that you picked out on the Google, you can create a share link, and this share link needs a little bit post-processing because it's not a direct download, and we can do that with this simple script. If will be the presentation available for downloading, Artur?
What?
If we will this be available for people later?
The whole presentation is recorded, and for
okay,
they can watch
so
it.
No need to take photos right now.
10 cubes.
No need to take photos right now, but basically what this little script does, it takes the share link and converts it into the direct download link. So then later you can download from the OneDrive directly. And it's also on validate, and it automatically runs every time you change the sharing URL. So you don't have to actually copy everything by hand here and there. It does it for you. So next thing we need to do to download anything from external source, we need to configure our bolt in Unity. And these are the assemblies and type options that you need to include. So we have the textures hosted on OneDrive, we have our share link, and we have configured both. So now we can finally fetch the textures. This is the whole macro for downloading. It's very basic, and there are even some optimizations in there already. And I will go through this. This is how our game object with this macro looks like. You can see that the texture URL that I was talking about earlier is our variable here. And we have a material, texture name. I will show you a little bit later how to get actually this texture name if you don't know it. But most of the times you just want main text. And then texture format, which is whether or not you are using alpha channel in your textures. So you would be downloading either RGB24 or RGBA32. And then there's the optimization part, which is a next graph, which in this case does that at the beginning we disable all the other graphs, because in the scene there was 400 of the graphs, and if you download everything at the same time, the whole application just freezes, and that's not a great experience. So after we finish downloading, we enable another graph. Right here, we see that one tip that Artific did not mention. Always assume that you are working with someone on the project. That's why I'm commenting even these stupid things, because even if you think that you are working alone, you're never working alone, because you are always working with yourself in the future. And if you come back to it later and you are like, who the hell wrote this? Add some rude word, whatever. So I will tell you a little bit more about this. So we are getting the texture URL download link. We create a web request. We send the request, but then we need to wait, because sometimes our connection is not super fast, or we are not downloading directly from disk. So we are waiting here, and sometimes we are waiting a long, long time. But that's why we don't have a live demonstration today, because as you saw in the previous slides, the assets are quite big, and downloading it right here took a long, long time. So we are going to skip it, and let's just assume that after it downloads, we check if there was any error or something, and if it's without error, we continue. We get the content, which is, in our case, a texture. This is a little optimization also. Sometimes you have textures that are very important for you to download. So I've included a little branch that you can, for example, time out the connection, or it errors out for whatever reason. But if we retry the downloading again, which is basically just this short macro, we branch back to here and get the texture again. And if it's just some cosmetic thing that we don't really need, we can just skip it. So after we got the texture, we need to do some more optimizations again. We could already just put it into the material, but we would lose out on MIP maps. Who of you knows what MIP map is? No one, okay. That's basically a little version of the original texture, and it's something that's that you see from bigger distance. So you don't always sample the biggest texture that you have, but something smaller. And it improves not only the performance, but it also looks much better. So here we do some magic, because if we just download the texture, we don't have the MIP maps, and from the distance, the texture does not look right. So we have to do some magic here and basically convert the texture that we downloaded, take all the pixels from it, and set it to a new texture, and apply it to the GPU and let it create the MIP maps again. And then we apply and do whatever compression we want, and we continue. Here we just create, after we created the texture, we just assign it to the material that we had in our inspector before. And this is a cleanup. You don't actually have to do this if you don't care. But this is the part where we run the next graph or the next macro in Q, and then we clean up here, which is disabling the macro, and I will get to that later. So now, finally, we have our texture, and material is set, and here is how you can get the name of the texture, which is here. You switch your Unity with this little button to debug mode, and voila, here in Save Properties, you have all the names of the textures that you need or you have in your material. So now that we have done it for one material and one texture, in our case, we have still 126 textures to go. So I went ahead and done that manually for every single one texture that we have used in that example. And we only saved 300 megabytes. So we still have like 25, 30 to go. And that's some extra work that we are going to solve with asset bundles. That's the more complicated thing. The best thing about this is this also applies to, like, if you were creating any other game, you can use this workflow also. But we can also use this in Somnium. And as I said earlier, we can load basically anything you want here. But it's a bit more, like, more work. And how do we actually use the asset bundles? We need to define the groups of the asset bundles. So for example, we have a group of textures that we can bundle into one asset bundle and download it as a big chunk of data and assign all the textures in some script, or in our case, bolt macro. And if we select some prefab, so in our case, it's org PBR, down here, you have an option to assign asset bundle groups. So I've done it. It's org. And now that we have the asset bundles groups, we need to somehow tell Unity to create the asset bundles for us. So we go ahead and create this little script where we basically just tell Unity, do this. This is the most important part, and this is where we save it. And then, if you are familiar with Unity, you go to File, Assets, sorry, and build asset bundles, which is basically this menu item that we defined here. And you get something like this. Total mess, but we will make sense of it because there's this org, and we upload it to our OneDrive again. And in our next macro, we can load the bundle. And you can see that it's not that complicated as the texture, because we basically just, we send a request, like here, which is basically the same as the texture part. And here we load the asset that we want. So in this case, we are passing a name, which is the org prefab. And then we go through a loop, which is just a list of places where we want to instantiate this org. So in the castle, we have several NPCs that are walking around, standing there, being animated and just looking scary for someone maybe. And we define just the places where they stand. So we basically, in the asset or the world, just save the location. And then we, again, unload and all that cleanup. That's not, it is important, but not really for this use case. Okay, sorry. Oh, this is the list of the transforms that we have for this loop. Here you can see it in Inspector. It's just some transforms that you drag around in the scene, and when you are satisfied, you just press play, sorry. And voila, you can see that these are the scary-looking guys that are ready to beat us up. So we now have several NPCs in our world, and since they are not essential, we can stream them in when we want. And we reduced our world size by 33 megabytes. So if my math is right, we are down to 70 something, and we just fit into our limit of 75. Yeah. But since I'm an optimization freak, I went ahead and done it for everything and got it down to like 60 megabytes, which I was then satisfied with. And I also streamed in the terrain that these guys are standing on. And the final scene is something like this. Just the castle without any textures. And I would call it a success, but I'm an optimization freak. So we keep it small. Okay, I'm somehow skipping slides, sorry. Okay, we are keeping it small, but there are few things that we need to keep in mind to actually make this all work. Sometimes you forget some references in the scene, and you are referencing some textures or something, and you have it disabled in Unity, and people sometimes assume that if it's disabled, it does not get built or anything. But anything that's in the scene and its reference, even if you don't use it, it's always included in the build, even in the world build. So remove anything that you don't need, and you have it in the scene. Now, my favorite part, the optimization. So we have created this huge world that is small in storage, but it performs very poorly because we did not apply any optimizations, basically, just a few little things like the mip maps and things like that. And since we know that Somnium Space is most of the time CPU bound because of the synchronization and all the calculations that are going on the CPU, we will mainly focus on that. So in our scene, the main problem is a very high number of batches, which is, in this case, in worst case, is 12,000 and a little bit more. And then another number that a lot of developers overlook, but it's like more important than the batches, is the set pass calls. Another problem is that we are rendering a lot of invisible objects, because in the demo, there are buildings, and in the buildings there's furniture, there are props, there are like pottery that you can cook, there's wood for fires and things like that that we are still rendering even if you don't see it, and we need to get rid of that. And also we are doing a lot of other logic on CPU, like your graphs, and if you don't look out for that, your world won't perform very well for anyone. So we need to get rid of the batches. How do we do that? Well, in Unity, if you were developing a standard game in built-in renderer, which is what Somnium is using, you would be using something called static batching that can only batch things that have same material, but it creates a big meshes that take a lot of space. And that's something we want to avoid. because we don't want to store those big meshes. Then there's this dynamic batching, which batches things at runtime, but it's only for very, very small meshes. I think there's a limit of 900 attributes, which is something like 300 vertices. And then there's instancing, and that's only usable for the same mesh that is used multiple times. So for example, if you have grass or any vegetation really in your scenes, then you would just use the same instance of the grass and reuse it all over the place. And then the thing that we are going to use is a manual batching, which basically means that we, by hand, are going to batch everything together into bigger meshes, which is why we have just 60 megabytes. That's just the meshes. And we are going to do it with some great tools that you can get on Asset Store, or you can do it by hand if you are really crazy. And this is one of the things that you can see in Frame Debugger. It basically tells you why something does not batch. And it's basically for all the three batching techniques that Unity has, this is like the most common thing. Objects have different materials, so they don't batch. So we use an awesome asset tool from Unity Asset Store. Again, link is right here. It's on sale. So. And what this great tool does is it automatically for you, well, not automatically, you have to do some things manually. You assign all the materials, or sorry, not materials, you assign prefabs. You extract from the prefabs the materials, and it creates one material for all the prefabs. And from those prefabs, it creates something called texture arrays, which is just a really, really big texture with more slices to it. And if we did not use the technique of streaming, it would only be usable for XL worlds, because you basically can't process this as a single texture. So you would have to pack it into the world. But we are smarter, and we already know how to stream all this. So that's what we are going to do. And let's just assume we have done it. And now we have just one material in the scene. Or in this case, it's 3, because you can't use one material for transparent things and the same material for transparent and opaque things. So we create asset bundles from the texture arrays, stream them in runtime, and after a while of work, we are basically getting all the gains from the streaming, and we also reduce the number of materials. So our set pass cost is down, but we still don't batch really well because we can't use static batching, dynamic batching, and sometimes the GPU instancing will kick in here. So we may have some gains here. And the next thing is Mesh Combined Studio plus caves and overhangs. This is another awesome asset. It basically divides your scene into a grid and creates meshes in those grids. So it keeps the draw cost very low, and the GPU is happy also. We also gain a lot by reducing the amount of game objects that we need to process for the culling. And it also, namely the caves and overhangs, reduces any geometry that's below some threshold. So in this case, it's anything that's below terrain gets thrown out. So our meshes are much better, and it's just free performance just because we use this asset. Again, links to download it. The meshes then look like something like this, which does not really make sense, but it's one of the grid cells. And they significantly reduce the number of unique meshes to, I think in our case, here are the metrics from 5,184 to just 297 unique meshes that we need to call, process, and all that stuff. And from the metrics, you can also see that we reduced some geometry. It's just few percent, but why not? It's for free, basically. Then there's a technique called occlusion culling, which will be used for reducing the number of invisible objects that we are rendering. And in Unity, you have the option of using the built-in Unity occlusion, which is very good for static scenes, which we are using. So we just bake it in the editor. I'm not going to go into detail how to do it. Just Google occlusion culling Unity, and you will get a ton of tutorials. But you can also use GDoc from Asset Store. Again, just Google it. It's a lot of it on our great uncle Google. And here we have another optimization problem that I think I talked about it earlier. We had at one point 397 instances of some macros that were basically doing nothing because after they loaded the textures, they just sit there. But the fixed update, late update, update, and then late update are still being run for those macros. So we should do something about that. And we do that by just creating this very simple macro and disable it. And you can see here that we then just have 7 instances of some scripts running. We saved something around 1 millisecond, and the CPU is even waiting, idling, till the next frame. OK. I'm already getting signal that I should speed up. There's a few more things that I wanted to say, and that's you can have a problem with macro that it runs really, really long. So in update loops, don't look up objects every time. Cache references in start, and access just the reference in update. If you can, split heavy work into more frames by using coroutines. And finally, now I will show you some metrics. This is what we got. And we started here. Notice here the batches count and the set pass calls and the terrible frame rate, which for some people is enough, but in VR that's very bad. And we got here. So if we compare it visually, this scene is a little bit darker, but this runs at 8.7 milliseconds, and this one is 17.8 milliseconds. So basically the same thing. It fits into 70 megabytes, and it runs smoothly. And this is the part that we are going to skip, since I was prepared for a live demo, but we have to skip it. Same for teleport, and by also the putting something on your player avatar. I had prepared something where you can put anything like equipment and stuff like that. But we will skip that, and maybe some other time we will show that. So thank you very much for listening to this most boring part of Somnium Connect. And does anyone have any questions?
All right, all right. I have a question. Who allowed you to show this? I mean, you just fit 2 gigs into a small world. No, amazing. Thank you very much. This is, you know, I was thinking to myself, like, only in Somnium we would show you how to put something which you can fit, something huge, and which you can fit in a small world. And basically, if we ever go bankrupt, that's your fault. Everybody knows it, right?
The point was not really us going bankrupt, but if you have a 75 megabytes world, you can right now put like 10 times more stuff in there.
Exactly.
And if you have like the XL world, possibilities are basically limitless right now.
Don't worry, I'm a wrong type CEO. I'm excited about this, okay? We'll share this information and let people build stuff in their worlds. I actually visited this world in VR, and the loading times and, I even almost didn't see anything loading. It was just streamed up to me, and I was walking around, and it was great. So, big round of applause to Morb. Woo!
Thank you.
All right, we will have now a 10-minute-ish technical break. We will try to bring Ollie from VR to sing for us here. And once that's done, we will have a few words from myself, and then we'll enjoy some demos here on stage. So stay tuned. Now we have a break, and then we'll be back. Woo! All right, everybody, get back to your places because we have something special. We're again trying something special, but in opposite. So in the beginning, we had a cross-reality live performance by Crazy Nicci and Real Cyberpunk, and they were here physically, and they were performing here physically and into virtual reality, into Somnium Space. Right now, we'll try something different. We'll try to bring virtual reality performer Olli, our beloved Olli, to here, to our physical space. So I want you to dance, I want you to clap, I want you to be active because she's amazing. So without further ado, we would introduce Olli. Olli, the show is yours. Woo!
Hello, hello. Thank you guys. Hope you hear me okay. I'm Olli.
Yes.
I'm really happy to be here. The traffic wasn't too bad. Didn't take me too long. I am arguably a real person, talking to you live from Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. And this is my Ready Player Me avatar in Somniums. Face. But my makeup is much better. The great thing about performing in VR, you can reach anyone in the world, build an international community from your bedroom, in whatever environment you want to create, looking however you want and creating any persona you want. As you've seen, the possibilities creates are endless. If you have any questions about them, just raise your hand. I can't help you. I'm just here to sing you a song, but thankfully some of the smartest people in the whole world, as you've seen, have spoken, and they're right here in this room. You guys have all done a great job presenting so far, and thanks for including me in this with you. I'm going to sing my song, We Collide, right here on my VR guitar. It's an NFT, actually, available on OpenSea. The Genesis collection, the Electric collection sold out. Artur and the Real Cyberpunk 8.8 were some of the collectors, so thank you guys so much for that. That was in partnership with me, Pax, standing over here in the Cometheon avatar by Planet VR, Denevro, and Galaxy Labs. And without further ado, I'm going to sing this song. I'm going to dedicate it to the Cometheon man, Pax, right there. He is the mastermind behind VR Guitars, my partner in the Somnium Creators Fund, and life, and my best friend. So, hope you guys like it.
Clap, everybody!
An endless night. Would it be the right time? Would it be the right time for you and I? Would it be the right time? Would it be the right time for you and I? We're on the edge of love, and I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up until I make you mine. We're on the edge of love. Think we're close enough to cross that line. Cross that line, we're on the edge of love. I'm not giving up, I'm not giving up till you don't have to hide. We're on the edge of love, so close we can touch the other side. When we collide, when we collide, yeah. If our soul's refraction meant to unify, yeah. If we had all the gold, would we still have to fight? Would it be the right time? Would it be the right time for you and I?
till I make you mine. We're on the edge of love, so close we can touch the other side. Yeah, we're on the edge of love, and I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up till you don't have to hide. On the edge of love, think we're strong enough to cross that line when we collide. When we collide, yeah. If we were being lighter, if it didn't hurt to feel so much, we'd heal the touch and love would be enough. On the edge of love, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up so we don't have to hide. We're on the edge of love, think we're close enough to cross that, yeah, cross that line. We're on the edge of love, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up till we don't have to hide. On the edge of love, so close we can touch the other side when we collide, yeah, when we collide, yeah, when we collide, yeah, yeah, when we collide, yeah.
Bravo! Go, Ollie!
Woohoo! Great. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. I have one more song. I hope the sound was okay and I didn't blow anybody's eardrums out. This one is pretty emo, just like me. Gotta bring the emo to Prague with me. It's one of my favorites by La Dispute called Such Small Hands. Un momento. I thought I saw you in my sleep, darling. Thought I saw you in my dreams. You were stitching at the seams on every broken promise that your body couldn't keep. I think I saw you in my sleep. I thought I heard a door open. Oh no, I thought I heard a door open, but I only heard it close. I thought I heard a plane crashing, but that was only your passion snapping. I thought I saw you in my dreams, darling. Thought I saw you in my dreams. You were stitching at the seams on every broken promise that your body couldn't keep. I think I saw you in my sleep. I think I saw you in my sleep, lover. I think I saw you in my dreams. You were stitching at the seams on every mangled promise that your body couldn't keep. I think I saw you in my sleep. I thought I heard a door open. Oh no, I thought I heard a door open, but I only heard it close. I thought I heard a plane crashing, but that was only your passion snapping. I thought I saw you confronting my fears. I went up with the bottle and down with the beer, and I think you ought to stay away from here. There are ghosts in the walls and they crawl in your head through your ear. I think I saw you in my dreams, darling. I think I saw you in my sleep. You were stitching at the seams on every broken promise that your body couldn't keep. I think I saw you in my sleep. I thought I
passion snapping. That I saw you in my sleep, darling. That I saw you in my dreams. You were stitching at the seams. And every broken promise your body couldn't keep. Think I saw you in my sleep.
Woo! Bravo! Ollie, we love you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, that was amazing, as always. Ollie is amazing. So yeah, we are at the end of this event. I want to say thank you to everyone who came today, and to those companies who are great partners, great friends, and to all of you who were with us the whole day, the whole year actually, all of those years, which have passed us very quickly. I really enjoyed this day. I hope you did as well. Did you? Yes, I know you did. It's not finished yet, though. But before we finish here, I want to say a few words. There's a lot of the markets in general are really crazy. There's a lot of things which what we do here, for example, which people don't understand yet, and this is fine. We don't need to appeal to everybody in the world. We know what we do. We know why we do it. We're super dedicated. You saw the whole team here standing, and everybody who works in Somnium believe in what we do and really, really, really work hard to make things happen. Sometimes things don't work. It happens. We try to fix it very quickly, even at 4 a.m. in the morning. I see some guys there who've been there with me and there too, trying to fix stuff. And we will continue to be that dedicated to what we do, 100%. And yeah, I think, NFT market, blockchain, decentralization is important. We're getting there. We're getting to this magical point where everything will be decentralized. VR will be available to more and more people. We, of course, when we build Somnium, we think about people who don't have same abilities as us, here in Europe, to be inside virtual worlds, to engage economically with one another. As I mentioned in my previous presentations, there are 2 billion people without a bank account in the world. That's pretty horrible. And, Metaverse like Somnium will fix many of those problems in the future. We can't fix them all today, but we'll fix them in the future. And I would like to also thank everyone who came in VR. You were amazing that you stayed with us this whole time. I see there Creature, Algelta, Ole, Pax, Snailstrip, Blake, Ultralord, and others who were there all this time, watching live in VR, as well as we were watching here live. Of course, thank you everybody who were on the stream with us this whole time. And right now, we will be finishing this stream as sad as it is, but our day continues. We have a little after party. If you didn't take Somnium Space t-shirts or mugs or other goodies, they're in the entrance. You should do, and we will have an amazing demo right now from VRgineers team to try out the flight simulator. So if you want to become a cool pilot and feel really, really cool. I don't know if aviator glasses are included in the demo, but that's another story. So again, thank you very much. We love you all and see you next year. Bye-bye. All right, demo time. Can we go for the demo? 1 1 1 1 1. Hello, hello. Do you hear me? Yes, you can hear me. Let's gather all on the stage who are not in the demo, and we'll do group picture, group photo. All right? Who wants to be in the group photo? Come on stage.